Simon & Schuster Audio presents The House by Christina Lauren. Read by Deacon Lee and Elizabeth Louise.
Chapter 1. Her. Places with boys always seem so dirty. As soon as Delilah had the thought, she hated herself for it, because it was exactly what her mother would think. Girls were just as dirty, after all, with thick, sticky makeup and every flavor of perfume clouding the locker rooms. The public high school seemed to have a dim film layered over the lockers and floor, walls and windows. It was the first day back after the winter, so Delilah assumed that everything had been cleaned vigorously over the break, but maybe the fog of girl and boy hormones mixing together had permanently dulled every surface. All around, students pressed past her, and lockers slammed near her head, and she struggled to appear unaffected by the public school chaos. Delilah looked down to the piece of paper clutched in her hand. Before she'd even been dressed and fed this morning, her mother had already begun highlighting all of the important information for her. Locker number, locker combination, class schedule, teacher names. "I should have printed a map for you," Belinda Blue had said as the highlighter squeaked across the page. Delilah had looked away to the neat rows on the carpet left by the vacuum cleaner, had waved politely to her father as he'd walked into the kitchen wearing his standard outfit of tan pants, a short-sleeved white-collar shirt, and a red tie. Even though he wasn't going to work, and maybe didn't even have a job interview today, she couldn't fault him for dressing the part. She, too, was still more comfortable in clothes that resembled her private school uniform than she was with having this new freedom to wear whatever she wanted. "Mom, it's only 2 main buildings. I can handle it. St. Ben's had 7. Morton City High was smaller than St. Benedict's Academy in pretty much every way possible, from the size of the classrooms and number of buildings to the minds of the student body. Whereas, perhaps unexpectedly, imagination had been embraced and nurtured in her beautiful Catholic school, there had always been a single way of thinking in her small Kansas hometown, a tendency to embrace normal and disregard anything else in hopes that it might simply go away. It was what had happened to Delilah 6 years ago, after all. Her parents had tolerated her strangeness with shared looks of exasperation and long-suffering sighs, but then had shipped her off to Massachusetts as soon as an excuse presented itself. "Still, you're used to calm. This school is so big and loud." Delilah smiled. When her mother said loud, she really meant full of boys. "I'm pretty sure I'll make it out alive." Her mother had given her the look Delilah had seen countless times over winter break, the look that said, "I'm sorry you can't finish your senior year in a fancy school. Please don't tell anyone your father lost his job and your Nana's money is all tied up in her nursing care." The look also said, "Be careful of the boys. They have thoughts." Delilah had thoughts, too. She had a lot of them, about boys and their arms and smiles, and how their throats looked when they swallowed. She had infrequent contact with these things, having been sequestered away for the past several years at an all-girls boarding school, but she certainly had thoughts about them. Unfortunately, the schedule in her hand didn't mention a thing about boys, and instead read English, Phys Ed, Biology, Organic Chemistry, World Studies, AP French, AP Calculus. She felt her enthusiasm wilt a little before the day had even started. Who wants to have PE so early in the day? She'd be a sweaty mop and would never factor into any thoughts anyway. Delilah successfully negotiated her locker combination, stowed some books, and headed to English. The only empty seat in the room, room 104, Mr. Harrington, highlighted in yellow, "Thank you, Mother," was of course in the middle up front. Delilah was a bullseye for the teacher and for the fellow students, but even if she sat in the back of the room, it wouldn't have made a difference. She was a target anyway. Delilah Blue was back from the fancy East Coast boarding school. Delilah Blue had come home to go slumming. Although she spent some of each summer back in Morton, being at school here was different. Delilah had forgotten how many teenagers could come out of the woodwork, and all around her they were yelling, throwing notes, whispering across aisles. Was this how they always behaved while waiting for the teacher? "When your time is yours, use it to create something," Father John had always told them. A picture, some words, anything. Don't rot your brain with gossip. Having seen only her best friend Thavel with any sort of regularity, and maybe a handful of her classmates around town during breaks, Delilah's memories were an old stack of pictures of her 11-year-old peers. She struggled to place the faces she remembered from 6 years ago with the reality of the faces now. Rebecca Lewis, her best friend from kindergarten, Kelsey Stiles, her arch nemesis in 3rd grade. Both were looking at Delilah as if she'd kicked a puppy before class. Rebecca probably glared at her because Delilah had left Morton so successfully. Kelsey probably glared at Delilah for having the gall to come back. Not everyone had been hostile when they recognized Delilah. Some girls had greeted her in front of the school with hugs and high-pitched welcomes, and Delilah knew that she had a completely blank slate there. She could be anyone she wanted to be. She didn't have to be the girl whose nervous parents sent her away when she was only 11 for getting into a fist fight defending her unrequited first crush. Delilah took her seat next to Tanner Jones, the only person to ever have beaten her at tetherball in 6th grade, her last year of public school. "Hi, Delilah," he said, eyes on her legs, and then chest, and then mouth. 6 years ago he'd been looking at her pigtails and skinned knees. She smiled to hide her surprise. Delilah hadn't expected the first boy to speak to her to also have thoughts. "Hi, Tanner."
"I heard you had to move back because your dad lost his job at the plant."
She kept her smile and stayed quiet, thinking of her mother's innocent at best, naive at worst hope that people would assume Delilah came home for a single semester for educational purposes, and not because Nana's well of money had dried up. Clearly, the town knew better. "Your business is only yours until you share it," Father John had always told them. Just as Mr. Harrington was closing the classroom door, a boy slipped in, mumbling an apology and staring with determination at the floor. Delilah's breath grew trapped in her throat, and the old protective fire flickered to life between her ribs. He was the same, but not. His shirt was black, jeans were black, and shaggy black hair fell into his eyes. He was so tall he must have been pulled like taffy. When he looked up at Delilah as he passed, the same eyes she remembered from all those years ago, dark and stormy and shadowed with bluish circles, seemed to flicker to life for a moment. Just long enough for her to lose her breath. He looked like he knew every one of her secrets. Who would have guessed that after 6 years, Gavin Timothy would still seem so perfectly dangerous? Apparently, Delilah was still smitten.
Chapter 2. Him. It wasn't unheard of for girls to watch him, but usually it meant one of two things. Either they were terrified that Gavin might pull a knife from his shoe, which had never happened, or they were building up the courage to ask him out, with hopes of bringing him home to terrify their parents into buying them a car, which had happened twice. Delilah Blue was back in Morton and was watching Gavin in a singularly different way. She looked like a wolf stalking a rabbit. He spun a pencil on his notebook and blinked up, looking right into her eyes and causing her to whip around in her seat, sitting ramrod straight. Her caramel hair was braided and secured tightly with a red elastic band swinging into position at the middle of her back, just below her shoulder blades. Her foot tapped impatiently under her desk. For the remainder of class, she was obviously attentive, maybe overly so. But what she was attending to was definitely not at the front of the room. If she were a cat, she would have had her ears turned back, facing him. Gavin was sure of it. He could still remember the way she'd looked the last time he'd seen her. Scraped knuckles, bloody nose, and an expression of protectiveness so feral it made his stomach twist. He'd never even had a chance to say thank you. The end of period bell rang, and Delilah jumped, looking frantically for the source. Did they not have bells at her fancy private school? Because, yes, Gavin knew enough about Delilah to know exactly where she'd been. But why she was back was an entirely different question. Just as she appeared to spot the bell, perched above the whiteboard, the door flew open, and Dovell Reddy swept into the room, pulling her up and wrapping his arms around her. "My girl is back," Dovell sang loudly to no one in particular. As everyone gathered their things, Gavin felt the room settle. Delilah's return had been approved by the in-crowd. Gavin collected his books and papers and slipped past her, but not before he felt her hand reach out and touch his, or before he saw the tiny drawing on her notebook, a dagger dripping blood.
Chapter 3. Her. Heeding Father John's advice, Delilah always understood that the best way to keep a secret was simply to not tell anyone. And over the years, she had accumulated hundreds of secrets. Like the time Nana took her to Saks in Manhattan and Delilah walked in on 2 people having sex in the bathroom. Or the time she snuck Joshua Barker into her dorm room and kissed him for 10 minutes before making him slink back out across the dark, dewy lawn. Those were secrets she planned to eventually share as currency, in the girlfriend version of, "I'll show you mine if you show me yours." But there were other secrets, too. Ones she might never share because she knew they made her weird. Secrets like her strange appreciation of gore, depictions of 15th century torture devices, paintings of people dying at the hands of swords or arrows, the idea of reanimation, zombies, exorcism, books on the Black Plague. It wasn't that she particularly treasured the idea of dying, or of other people dying. It was the visceral reaction to the creepy, the spectacularly scary, the otherworldliness of horror. Delilah loved the catch of breath when she was afraid, the feel of goosebumps dancing up her arms. Back at St. Ben's, she used to wander the cold stone hallways of the Fine Arts Building at night, barefoot, without a flashlight. With every light extinguished, the halls would be pitch black, stones heavy and silent. Not even a draft could slip in and ruffle the heavy drapes or rattle a painting on the wall. Delilah knew every turn by heart. Everything was perfectly still, empty but for the girls slipping between shadows, looking for a sign that things happened in the school after dark, searching for some long-forgotten history that would come alive only when the students were all safely tucked in their beds. She'd been caught once, 2 weeks before she was jerked back home for good. Father John had found her tiptoeing down the hall between Sister Judith's ceramics classroom and the auditorium. In that small stretch was an old jeweled chest from the 18th century, an elaborate work of art and wealth that simply sat, so trusting, in the middle of an ordinary hallway. The chest was just big enough to hold a small child, or, Delilah preferred, a very patient hellhound.
"Hunting for ghosts?"
Father John had asked from behind her, making Delilah jump. Once her heartbeat slowed, she admitted, "Yes, sir." She'd expected a lecture, maybe one of his bits of wisdom, but instead he smiled knowingly at her, nodded, and said simply, "Back to your room, then." Her parents had no idea of these fascinations. Delilah had worked hard to keep this side hidden. It hadn't been that hard, living more than 1,000 miles away for the past 6 years, and also given who her parents were. Her mother had cardigans in every shade of pastel, and had worn the same brand of sensible penny loafers for as long as Delilah could remember. Her mother's books all had bare, muscled chests on the covers, and her hobby was collecting tiny ceramic animals, which were a form of creepy that Delilah had never really appreciated. Her father, before he lost his job, had been a workaholic, and when he was home he was generally planted in front of the television, where he would be grousing about something or other. To Delilah, he was an inanimate object in a dad suit. Since she'd been home, Delilah had the sense that she wouldn't have known her father better even if she'd lived at home these past 6 years. Though Delilah had longed for a sibling, none had ever appeared, and she'd had to settle for her partner in single childom, Thavel Reddy, whose parents were as obsessive and attentive as her own were disinterested. But while Thavel's rebellion would turn out to be his loud and exuberant manner in a gently spiritual household, Delilah's quirky obsession would always remain silent. She had hundreds and hundreds of drawings of severed heads, fists curled cruelly around still-beating hearts, and dark, endless tunnels squirreled away beneath the loose floorboard in her closet. It was the same dark fascination that drew her to Gavin Timothy. Thavel was with her when the obsession started. They were 9 and had been at the theater watching Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Delilah had insisted they sneak into Corpse Bride after, and had made him sit through 2 consecutive shows. Her life in the tiny square mile of Morton felt small and easy, oppressively ordinary. The idea that another world like this could exist, one that wasn't beige or boring or safe, was like a siren song. The next day at school was the first time Delilah really noticed Gavin. He was tall and hunched, with hair so dark and shaggy it would have covered his entire face if Miss Claremont hadn't made him at least tuck it behind his ears. His eyes even then were ringed with darkness below and long black lashes above. He had no blush to his cheeks, but blood-red lips and arms so long and skinny they seemed to be made from string. Gavin had always been her classmate, but she'd never really noticed him before that day. For as much as he looked other, like he'd stepped straight out of the movie from the day before, he'd mastered the ability to vanish in a crowd. She was sent away right at the strange, obsessive peak of her fascination, after she'd watched him for 2 years, after she'd decided to ask him to the first girl-boy dance at school. But at recess, instead of finding him reading under a tree like usual, she'd found him limply ricocheting between 2 bullies on the playground. Delilah had kicked Ethan Pinarelli in the shin, punched James Town in the jaw, received a reflexive shove to the face, and promptly been expelled. Horrified, her parents had sent her to live and attend private school near Delilah's eccentric grandmother, but far from the strict Catholic school Delilah's parents had hoped for. St. Ben's was the key that had unlocked Delilah's imagination. The distance might have also muted her crush over the years, but Delilah found she could hardly stop watching Gavin now.
"What are you staring at?"
Thavel asked, nudging her shoulder and bringing her out of her thoughts. She swallowed a bite of apple and lifted her chin toward where now teenage Gavin sat beneath a tree, reading alone. Thavel snorted.
"You've been locked up too long in the school full of girls if you think that's the best you can do."
Shaking her head, Delilah insisted, "No, look at him."
"I'm looking."
"He's so tall now, and long." Gavin had always been that way, long and gangly with joints that seemed to be too big for the parts they connected. Now his skyscraper legs fit his huge feet, and his arms were a perfect match for the torso that kept going and going. Gavin was all grown up, and looking like he had a million secrets. He was Delilah's form of kryptonite. Beside her, Thavel hummed in neutral agreement. "And he's not that skinny anymore," she added. "He's actually kind of muscular." Even Delilah heard the way her voice shaped that word, muscular, like it was a little dirty.
"If you say so."
And Delilah trailed off. What could she say? I've been sort of obsessively fascinated with him since we were 9, and I'm shocked to find out he's even better than I expected?
"Didn't you slip a note in his locker?"
Thavel asked.
"Before you were shipped off to St. Ben's?"
Delilah nodded, laughing. Apparently, her fascination with Gavin Timothy wasn't as secret as she'd thought.
"What did it say again?"
he asked. It said, "I don't want you to hide. I like you." Beside her, Thavel burst into laughter.
"That's so cheesy, Dee. Also, it's still true."
She chewed her fingernail, unable to look away from the shadow of a boy beneath a tree. I wonder if he ever got it.
"He did,"
Thavel said through a bite of sandwich.
"Then someone, I don't remember who, took it from him and made a big deal out of it."
What do you mean made a big deal out of it? Thavel waved his hand dismissively.
Like, read it in front of a group of kids on the playground, made kissy noises, whatever.
What did Gavin do?
I think he laughed along for a minute and then asked for the note back.
Delilah smiled a little. Gavin wanted the note, at least. Sadly, it might be the most romantic thing that had ever happened to her, and she was only hearing about it 6 years later. She had 1,000 questions about life in Morton since she'd left for boarding school. One day, Delilah was a 6th grader at Morton Middle School. The next afternoon, she was on a plane to Massachusetts. Coming back for a week here, 2 weeks there, was never enough time for her to get back into the rhythm of the small town. Just when she was catching up, it was time to leave. Other than Thavel, who would have been her friends? Who would have been her first kiss? Who was dating whom? But now, most of her questions were about Gavin. Did he have a girlfriend? Did he still play the piano? And of course, had Thavel ever seen a parent or any grown-up really near him? It was the biggest mystery of Delilah's childhood. Gavin had been the one kid without anyone at back-to-school night, or school plays, or even waiting for him at the curb at the end of the day. Her fascination had always been a mixture of preteen longing and bear-like protectiveness.
"Are you glad to be back?"
Thavel asked, oblivious to her train of thought. Delilah shrugged. For as nice as it was to see Thavel and ogle Gavin again, the answer was easily no. She'd been unceremoniously shipped away to St. Benedict's, but it had become her home far more than the square two-bedroom cookie-cutter stucco house on Sycamore Street ever had. Delilah missed her old school, her friends, and her increasingly senile grandmother, in whose home she spent most of the past several years, as her parents had started to assume that Delilah would rather stay in Massachusetts than come home for a week over spring break, or a week around Thanksgiving, or, eventually, for the entire summer. But Nana was in a nursing home now, entirely lost to dementia, and without Nana, Delilah's parents couldn't afford to keep her in school 1,500 miles away.
"Okay, don't answer that,"
Thavel said after she had been silent for way too long.
"I'm happy to have you back. We need some quirk around here, Dee."
"I'm happy to see you too," she said, leaning into her oldest friend. "And I'm happy to see Gavin all grown up."
"I bet you are, you little demon."
Delilah gave Thavel a wicked grin, but then the bell rang loudly, startling her and signaling the end of the lunch break. When Delilah looked back to the tree, Gavin was already gone. She packed up the remnants of her lunch and followed Thavel back inside. By the end of the day, with only tiny glimpses of Gavin after lunch, Delilah's curiosity got the better of her. What does he do after school? Does he meet up with friends? Does he have a job? The questions grew into a maddening itch inside her mind, and it reminded her of how it felt to lie in bed at St. Ben's, trying but failing to resist sneaking into the Fine Arts building. She followed at a safe distance as he walked away from school, paying the necessary amount of attention to the gardens, her phone, anything to look absorbed in her stroll, and definitely not like a stalker, following a boy 17 blocks home. It wasn't that weird, was it? How many times had her girlfriend snuck off grounds to walk past the dorms of the boys at St. Joseph's, or had Nana told her about walking past Grandpa's house when they were kids, just to get a peek inside of his living room? It had sounded so innocent when Nana said it. Couldn't this be the same? She didn't even have to follow Gavin, really. She suspected he still lived in the same house, the one they all called the Patchwork House for how it seemed like every part of it came together in a different color and style and shape. It was on a generous lot, nestled between rows of identical houses, but encircled by a tall fence obscuring most of it from view, and long since covered in exuberant violet morning glory that bloomed every day of the year. From the glimpses she caught from the sidewalk while trick-or-treating, the only time she'd been allowed to get that close, and the only time the iron gates out front remained open, she knew the front room was all modern glass, the side parlor lined with wood shingles and a cozy bay window. There was a turret on the 3rd floor and a portion with Victorian paint and elaborate embellishments carved out of wood. Kids used to say the house was haunted, but it never looked that way to Delilah. It was stunning, thriving, like something out of an old story or an ancient black and white movie. Teenagers had always bragged about egging the house on Halloween, but to her knowledge, no one had ever really done it. The house, like most strange things in Morton, including Gavin, was just different enough to make the town residents want to pretend it wasn't there at all. He turned a corner in the distance, and Delilah hung back, stepping behind the trunk of a large elm to watch. She waited for him to approach the fence, and she told herself that as soon as he reached for the latch at the gate, she would turn and walk home. But it never happened. Gavin crossed from one side of the street to the other, and the iron gate began to move, creaking open without being touched. The doors swung apart just far enough for him to slip through before closing again with a clang. She never saw him turn, never even saw him touch the gate at all. Delilah didn't know what to make of this, and stood stock still, frozen in place behind the old tree. Why would anyone need an automatic gate that wasn't for a driveway? Had there been some sort of remote in his pocket? But Gavin's hands hadn't been in his pockets. His thumbs had been casually tucked beneath the straps of his backpack. If there was a remote, he hadn't used it. She crossed the road and stood next to the imposing fence that surrounded the patchwork house. Peeking through the thick vine there, she saw the same thing happen with the front door. It swung open long before Gavin reached it, and here, too, there wasn't another person on the other side, just empty darkness to greet him. She'd planned on going home, but now, walking away from what she'd seen felt impossible. Without giving herself time to think on it, she reached out with the toe of her shoe to check the footing, summoning every bit of courage she had before scrambling up the sturdy vines, lifting her body over the edge, and falling hard onto the lawn on the other side. After she caught her breath, she took in the view. And what a view it was. The house looming in front of her bore little resemblance to the house in her memories. In fact, it looked as if someone had taken that house and tacked on 2 or 3 others, all of varying styles and from different eras. It was all different colors: deep burgundy, goldenrod, forest green, and cornflower blue, and looked as if it had never borne the brunt of any windstorm, rain, or dust. Upstairs, 2 stained glass windows gleamed in the late afternoon sun, looking just like eyes watching over the street below. One half of the front lawn was emerald green, glistening and lush. Oddly, the other was just as dead as the first was alive, yellowed and brittle. Around the back, apples bloomed ruby red on the trees. In fact, every tree in the yard was plump with spring, in the middle of January. Delilah blinked hard into the light, feeling as though she'd been ripped from her own ordinary existence and dropped into another world, one rich and ripe and bursting with color. She looked back over her shoulder, convinced she must have fallen through some sort of rabbit hole, and she would find herself fast asleep and dreaming on the other side. Did things like this house even exist in real life? She turned to the sound of his voice from inside, yelling hello, and the thunk of his backpack as it hit the floor. Delilah crept to the nearest side window, peering in. A fire burned with gusto in a deep stone fireplace, and she felt a dizzying wave of relief that someone was there to welcome Gavin home. Maybe cook him some soup, bake him some bread for dinner. But just as his long figure slipped into her view, the curtains in front of her closed with such violence that for a moment Delilah imagined the entire house had shaken.
Chapter 4. Him. Gavin heard a yelp, the sound of something scratching outside, and ran to the window, fighting with curtain. "Just let me see," he shouted, somehow knowing what had just happened. He saw only the bottom of Delilah's shoes as she hurled herself over the side fence. Thin coils of vine reached for her feet. He pounded at the window, and the tendrils shrank back, limp and contrite. He hadn't confronted her earlier when he knew she was following him, because he didn't imagine even fearless Delilah would have the guts to climb the fence. Before he could think better of it, he was out the door, pushing through gate and chasing her down the street. "Delilah!" She froze, turning to face him with a blush that could have set his mouth on fire. "I'm sorry, She blinked, shrugging as if she'd lost her words. "I just wanted to know if you still lived there." "I do," he answered, confusion giving way to another feeling entirely when she met his eyes. Hers were green, and she had a dusting of freckles across her nose. He should have been focused on the fact that Delilah absolutely did not belong there. He should feel protectiveness for House welling inside him, instead of the odd urge to pull Delilah closer. Nobody had ever dared scale the fence that surrounded House before, and certainly no one had dared get this close in years. This was completely new territory for Gavin, talking to another person while House silently vibrated behind him. He doubted Delilah could feel it from where she stood, but he could. But with her so close, Gavin had to work to keep his attention from her mouth. It was soft and pink, with the top lip as full as the bottom. It was a mouth made for trouble, lips to be caught between teeth. Over the past 6 years, and with only tiny glimpses of her from afar when she was home over school breaks, he'd imagined how she might be growing up, and recently that involved some interest in what it might be like to finally kiss Delilah Blue. Standing here on the sidewalk in front of his house, he was closer to her than he'd ever been. "Don't follow me home," he said as gently as he could. "Please, Delilah, don't ever follow me home again." "I was curious," she admitted, adding, "Then with the gate, I just wanted to know you were okay." Her jaw had set with a familiar twist of protectiveness. "Why wouldn't I be?" Gavin asked, eyes not quite meeting hers. Delilah shifted her weight to peek at House behind him, as if the question alone might send it rising up from its foundation. "People talk about this place," she said. "People talk about you," he replied. "People don't think I'm haunted." "Bet you wouldn't be insulted even if they did." He hadn't missed the things she doodled in the margins of her English book. "No, I wouldn't." They stood at an impasse for a moment before she added, "Is it haunted?" "Do you think it is?" he asked. "I don't know," she said, and he could tell that she really didn't. "I might not know exactly why it looks the way it does, but I'm not blind, Gavin. Look at it." He didn't need to turn and look at his house. He knew it better than anyone in the world. "I like that you wanted to make sure I'm okay, Delilah. I promise I am. Please, don't do this again." That wasn't at all what he wanted to say, but he knew it was for the best. Delilah couldn't come this close again, and she definitely couldn't come inside. Her eyes narrowed, and for a minute she looked fierce and determined. He couldn't stop the smile that spread across his face. For a heartbeat, he hoped she would shove him, because it looked like she wanted to, and he'd always wanted to know how such a forceful touch would feel. Delilah looked at him a beat longer, and then turned and walked away. Gavin didn't know what to expect from Delilah the next day. He'd always known the rumors about his house, how it was haunted, or the site of a grisly murder of his entire family, or, his personal favorite, the unofficial headquarters for all of Kansas's satanic rituals. He didn't know if anyone actually believed any of the stories, but even if they didn't, the terrible possibilities kept people away from the place. Except Delilah. She'd followed him, not turning from the gate like everyone else. And even when Gavin had caught up to her on the sidewalk, she'd looked more embarrassed to have been caught than terrified from having been grabbed by a plant on his fence. She didn't seem to be scared at all. Did he want her to be? Gavin had never been particularly good at reading people, and he gave up pretty early on after inviting a friend over on the weekend and watching him run away screaming that the house was full of ghosts. Gavin had endured questions and looks and taunting for a week afterward, but it stopped abruptly after Delilah beat up the two worst bullies on the playground. She was promptly shipped off to Catholic school 8 states away. Gavin had been tall and stringy at 11, all daddy long-legged limbs with too long hair and pale skin, odd even to the kindest eye. But after Delilah, the prettiest and toughest girl at school, had stood up for him, the bullying had stopped. People ignored him, sure, but at least they left him alone. He'd wished he had a way to thank her. So that night, after she'd walked off and left Gavin a little stunned on the sidewalk, he went back inside and found the dusty box in the back of closet where he'd stored his old papers and drawings. Buried in the crumpled mess was the note from 6 years ago, written in the scrawling hand of the wild and protective Delilah. "I don't want you to hide. I like you." Gavin read it over and over, trying to puzzle out what it meant to be liked, and if, even then, she meant it in a certain way. He didn't sleep well and was up before dawn, eating breakfast in the backyard where it was quieter and he could think in relative peace. He had plenty of thoughts about girls, about their lips and their necks and their hands and all kinds of other parts. But he had never had such a fascination with a mind before, because as tiny as she was, Delilah was ferocious. What a pair they must make standing beside each other. Her fire so huge it spilled out of her and onto the pavement. His entire world so small she couldn't even see it, with him looming over her. As much as Gavin liked Delilah's face, he liked sitting behind her in English even more. She didn't dare turn and look at him the next morning, but he could feel every bit of her attention focused behind her, toward him. She was so wispy, such a slip of a girl. Gavin imagined laying her on her side on the grass and playing notes up and down her skin. "Mr. Timothy?" His eyes blinked to focus, and he realized Mr. Harrington was staring at him. "Yes, sir?" We're covering Poe this week, Gavin, and I've asked you which of his works you chose to read and discuss with us, unless, of course, you were hoping to be able to read and discuss Miss Blue's thoughts instead. Gavin felt a smile spread across his face. I should be so lucky. But no, I'm happy to discuss the oval portrait. Finally, Delilah had an excuse to turn around and look at him. Her eyes were wide and burning with curiosity. She wouldn't follow him home again. He was pretty sure she would listen to what he'd said the day before. But she wasn't nearly done with him either.
Chapter 5. Her. Delilah strode across the lawn, ignoring the weight of a dozen pairs of eyes on her back as she bravely walked over to the loner beneath the tree. I should be so lucky. Ever since English class and Gavin's scandalous comment, her mind had been filling with 100 different interpretations of what he'd said. Her heart rate seemed to accelerate with every step until she felt like, once she reached him, she might crack open and spill everywhere. Gavin sat on the grass, leaning against his oak tree, reading. What did you mean you should be so lucky? Delilah blurted, and then cringed. She'd wanted to walk over, start out with something friendly, a greeting maybe. Hi. Let's start over again after yesterday. First question. How is it possible you're even cuter now after all these years? Instead, she'd cracked and spilled after all. He looked up slowly from his book, as if he couldn't break his attention away until he'd finished his sentence. And then he smiled.
Hi, Delilah.
Hi, she said, shifting on her feet while she waited for an answer. Finally, she asked again. What did you mean? He patted the grass next to him.
I wasn't speaking in code. I just think you're fun to try to puzzle out.
I'm the puzzle?
To me, you are.
Reluctantly, she sat down and tried to force her blush back into her veins. Why didn't you want me to see your house yesterday? He considered his answer for a few breaths before admitting, Because I know all the rumors. I guess it makes me uncomfortable to imagine you there. Delilah felt a heavy weight of defeat. Was it because of how the rest of the town talked? Did he think she was saying those things too? Or was it that he simply didn't want her there, which was a different thing altogether? I'd never talk about your house, you know, she said. His long thumb traced the spine of the book he'd been reading, and she shivered, imagining what it would feel like for that same finger to move up and down her spine.
I know, Delilah,
he said, but he didn't look up. Was this it, then? This was going to be the extent of their relationship? She stared at him for almost a solid hour her first day back at public school, followed him home, and then humiliated herself again today. She pushed up from the ground, ready to stand. Gavin wrapped his fingers all the way around her forearm with plenty of finger left to spare.
Don't go yet. I still need to hear at least a couple of stories about the horrors of Catholic school.
Horrors? She asked, sitting back down. Nothing horrific came to mind. Only unending detentions in the corner and bored. Undersexed teenage girls causing drama where there wasn't much need for it.
Exorcisms,
he suggested, pursing his lips thoughtfully.
Abusive nuns, haunted dorms. Give me something good, Delilah.
She inhaled and held her breath, staring at him. He was too good to be true, saying just what she needed him to say to show her she wasn't wrong about him. How about the wild tangle of lesbian orgies? His eyes widened playfully.
I'm all ears.
Well, in that case, you're going to be disappointed. No abuse of nuns either, or exorcisms, at least none that I witnessed. But everyone was sneaking in booze and drugs, and boys.
Boys?
His eyebrows inched up slowly. Delilah laughed, loving that this was the most shocking contraband. In truth, she didn't have much experience with boys. She'd kissed a few, snuck one into her room to see what making out felt like in a bed, but never more than that. Holding up his hands, he qualified,
No, I mean, obviously boys are much less illegal than drugs, but presumably harder to sneak in?
Not necessarily. I mean, you would be hard to dress up as a girl and sneak inside, even in the dark. You're about 70 feet tall, but most boys our age can pass a little easier for female. He snorted.
Now it's settled. You have to go back to Catholic school just so we can see if you can sneak me in.
Sneak you in where? She asked, voice low and meaningful. My room? But she'd gotten carried away, forgotten herself and how new this delicate friendship was. His smile wilted slightly.
Maybe just into the building to start.
Sorry, I seem to always act crazy around you. I'm not usually like this, I swear.
What are you usually like then?
She considered this. Bored. Looking for someone to ask me about exorcisms and hauntings. He looked past her, contemplating the school in the distance.
I'm not quite sure what to do with you, Delilah Blue. You seem intent on making me your friend.
Because I like you, she said plainly.
Still?
He asked, smiles stuttering back to life. I think I like you differently now than when we were 11. Though not necessarily. Maybe I liked you this way then, too. But he didn't press. Didn't ask what she was hoping he would ask. What way? Tell me how you like me, Delilah. Instead, he shrugged as if it all made sense, and told her he was always happy to have another friend.
How could I forget that all you ever wanted to do was watch scary movies?
Thavel groaned. He looked like he was on the verge of an enormous pout.
We could go over to Seneca Park and sip some booze from my flask and talk about boys.
I don't drink, Delilah reminded him. And are we openly talking about boys in public now? He shrugged. Delilah had always known Thavel was gay. It might not have been an actual conversation they'd had, but they hadn't really needed to. 2 summers ago, Thavel told her he'd kissed Aiden Miller on the last day of school, behind the bleachers. Delilah was only mad that his first kiss happened before hers. She cared as much about who Thavel chose to kiss as she did for what shoes he chose to wear. It mattered only that neither hurt him.
My parents give me 1 night out a month,
he told her.
1. I don't care if you drink. I'll drink, and you can tell me all about the wild Catholic school parties.
Delilah snorted. Why does everyone think it's like that?
Isn't it?
His face relaxed into a grin.
You had a single room last semester. Don't break my heart and tell me you never snuck a guy in.
She gave Thavel a stern look. I want to see a movie. I don't want to head over to the big city and drink in a park.
Not all of us were lucky enough to attend boarding school outside of Boston,
Thavel said, in the worst Boston accent Delilah had ever heard.
Maybe trips to Wichita parks are the highlight of our week around here.
She slipped her arm through Thavel's and led him to his car. Slasher flick. My treat. I promise you'll have fun. The Morton Theater was run down and exactly how Delilah remembered it. Had anything changed? Her bedroom was still an almost blinding purple, and she slept on the same tiny brass daybed. Her parents seemed to be wearing the same clothes, styling their hair just the same. The crack in the sidewalk out in front of the house was still there. It felt as if time had stopped while she was away, and the only person who kept growing, and growing, was Gavin. Delilah paid for the tickets and dragged a reluctant Thavel in behind her. Popcorn?
No,
he said sulkily. Candy? The promise of sweets seemed to penetrate his foul mood. But as they moved closer in line for food, Delilah looked up and saw Gavin just beside the concession stand. Every time she saw him, she couldn't believe that he was real. He didn't look like anyone she had ever seen. He was so wonderfully, perfectly odd.
Did you know he worked here?
Thavel hissed in her ear.
Is that why we're here, you fiend?
Gavin looked up and offered a tiny smile, a little wave. No, Delilah hissed back. These are the details you need to share with a friend who's been gone for 6 school years. She tried to return Gavin's smile, but was sure it came out wobbly. His eyes lit with amusement as he watched the whispered exchange.
I had no idea,
Thavel whispered.
I never come to the damn movies, remember? I can't ogle hot boys in the dark.
Delilah straightened her shoulders and walked up to where Gavin leaned against the vacuum broom he was holding. He took his time looking her over, from the top of her shoes to her mouth, her cheeks, and finally her eyes.
Hi, Delilah.
She felt completely naked somehow. I didn't know you worked here. He shrugged.
We spent most of our last conversation pondering how to break me into your old school. We hadn't covered my employment status yet.
True. Delilah thought there might be a swarm of sparrows in her chest. Why did he have to look at her so intensely? If he wanted to know her every thought, she would just tell him. I didn't realize movie theaters were still using those. Delilah pointed to the roller vacuum. And then she smiled because he'd smiled, and it was slow and kind of flirtatious.
Yes, theaters are still using them.
His smile turned a little secretive, and it added a tiny bite to his words. Right, obviously. The next words flew from her mouth. Can you put the vacuum broom away and come watch the movie with us? Something clouded his eyes, but it didn't feel wholly unfriendly. Conflict, maybe, or confusion.
Sorry, I need to stay out here.
He stood straight up and nodded to where Thavel waited a ways behind her.
But you two enjoy the show. I'm sure we will,
Thavel drawled, moving to Delilah as soon as Gavin had turned around a corner and hissing,
Girl, you have it bad.
She groaned, feeling defeated, but it came out sounding a little breathless. I know. I act so abnormal around him.
I'll admit, he's not that bad-looking. I guess I just never noticed before,
he said.
There's something about him.
Not bad-looking? Thavel, that boy is sex on a stick. Two nicely groomed dark eyebrows inched upward.
Delilah Blue, what do you know about sex on a stick?
Nothing, she said, grinning. I don't need to have ridden a roller coaster to know what one is, do I? A laugh burst from Thavel and filled the nearly empty theater.
That school back east did something to you.
Delilah and Thavel sat in the fourth row with their feet up on the seats in front of them. Every time someone got stabbed, Thavel shrieked and Delilah groaned. The gore was overdone, the fake blood too thick, too scarlet. Real blood in such quantity was deep and rich, like the heart of a rose. A dark figure appeared in Delilah's peripheral vision just before Gavin moved into view. Even though he tried to make himself as small as possible as he made the rounds with a tiny flashlight, presumably checking to ensure that no one was causing trouble or having sex in the theater, he cut a long, crooked silhouette when he passed in front of the screen. Thavel immediately dropped his feet from where they were rested on the seat in front of him, but Delilah kept hers in place. She hoped Gavin would stop, tell her to put her feet down and give her a playfully stern look. Maybe he would even lean over and touch her leg. Maybe he would sit down with them after all.
Delilah, please put your feet down,
he said, but he didn't give her a second glance before he moved on. She watched him walk back up the aisle on the other side. Well, that was anticlimactic. Thavel laughed and put his feet back up.
You can only be a flirt if he notices you.
He notices me, she insisted. On screen, the killer was breaking another man's fingers one by one, and for a moment Delilah was distracted. But then she broke her attention away and looked at Thavel. Have you ever seen Gavin with his parents? Thavel closed one eye, thinking.
Mom used to know his mom. She says she's kind of a hermit now, never comes out of the house. There was something freshman year about social services coming to the school to talk to him and his teachers. Some random teacher said his parents didn't come in for a mandatory meeting or something, that they'd never seen them. It was all anyone could talk about. That Gavin Timothy didn't have parents. That Gavin Timothy had killed his parents and was living alone in that crazy house.
Thavel shook his head and reached for another handful of popcorn.
Ridiculous. Anyway, after a few days, it just went away. I guess she showed up eventually.
A new routine grew out of the lunch hour. Thavel walked Delilah to the edge of the lawn and then thought of some reason or another why he needed to go hang out with his friends near the basketball courts, when there wasn't a single bone in his body that had any natural inclination for the sport. Delilah would walk the rest of the way over to where Gavin sat, reading beneath the tree. And over time, Gavin stopped reading during her approach and would instead watch her walk from the lawn's edge to where his feet rested, practically miles from his smile. Her journey would feel like it was happening in stop action. With his eyes on her like that, she would turn into the most awkward girl alive. Looking at Gavin on a hazy Tuesday afternoon, Delilah felt like she was behind in the race to shed her childhood skin. He was tall with stretching, growing muscles. The hair on his arms was dark. She could see a hint of chest hair beneath the collar of his shirt. Chest hair. She was so scrawny. She barely had boobs. It seemed like Gavin finally couldn't take it any longer.
Delilah?
Hmm? He wiped a hand over his face.
Are you staring at my chest?
Delilah nodded, moving her eyes up his neck to his face. Yeah? Why?
Well, shouldn't it be the other way around?
Oh. Delilah almost choked on her tongue. I mean, he started backtracking. But Delilah didn't want him to take it back. Aren't girls supposed to mature faster than boys? She asked, interrupting him. I feel like I'm sitting next to a man. I'm not even done blossoming. She considered this and looked down at her own chest. God, I hope.
Blossoming?
Gavin asked with a slow-growing grin.
I can't believe you aren't more embarrassed to say that out loud.
And, she continued, ignoring him, I think you won the puberty race.
The what now?
Look at all these high school kids around us. They look tiny compared to you. Gavin looked away from her face when she said this and out to the distance, where their classmates were about their business of socializing and eating and shooting hoops. You have chest hair. It was his turn to look down at his shirt. He admitted, some. And I have demi-boobs. Half of a smile flirted with his lips, and when he blinked down to her chest, Delilah thought the skin on her neck and cheeks might ignite.
Your boobs are fine,
he said after a lengthy inspection. Fine, yes. Thank you. Begone, feeble insecurities. My boobs are fine.
More than fine. Stunning. Perfection, even. Better?
He was outright laughing now. A little.
And puberty race? Really?
He was attempting teasing and skeptical, but he really just looked proud. Laughing, she mumbled, Shut up, Gavin. He split open a thick collection of short stories, sly eyes slanting a smirk in her direction.
Do I get a trophy?
Yes, made of chest hair. But Wednesday afternoon, he didn't watch her walk to him. Instead, he watched Thavel walk away.
Why doesn't Thavel ever come over here with you?
Because he knows I want to be here with you alone. Gavin swallowed awkwardly, as if this weren't plainly obvious, as if they hadn't spent their last lunch together talking about puberty and breasts and his body beneath his shirt. He looked past her to the school building.
Do you think he wants to be your boyfriend?
Thavel? She laughed. He's about as straight as a rainbow. Gavin's face scrunched up slightly with confusion.
Rainbows aren't... Oh.
He looked up to where Thavel walked in the distance.
I had no idea.
Then you have the world's worst gaydar. He practically comes out every time he opens his mouth. Gavin was too lost in contemplating this to smile at Delilah. Instead, he sat very still, thinking very hard for what felt like far too long. What are you thinking about?
Do his parents know?
That Thavel is gay? I doubt it. He pulled his lower lip between his teeth and blinked his eyes to Delilah.
How does that work? You share a house with someone and don't know something so important.
Delilah shrugged, feeling like the context of the conversation was eluding her. I don't think he wants his parents to know yet. He just wants everyone else to know.
What would your parents have done?
He asked.
If you had snuck in drugs or had a wild lesbian orgy at St. Benedict's.
Delilah shivered, unable to stomach the idea of being romantic with any of her former classmates. Ugh, no. Finally, this made him laugh.
I'm not asking you what girl you would have been with. I mean, what would your parents have done?
Flipped out. Completely.
What does that mean? What do they do when they flip out?
Delilah wanted to ask him for about the millionth time what his parents were like. Didn't they flip out on him? Wasn't he keeping at least some secrets from them? She wondered if this was where the game of I'll show you mine if you show me yours came in. She didn't particularly like talking about her family. There wasn't anything interesting to say, really, and it always made her a little sad that her parents were so unaffectionate and awkward, particularly when compared to Nana's exuberant love. But if opening up showed Gavin that his family couldn't possibly be any weirder than hers, she was willing to try. So with a shrug, she said, My parents are hard to describe.
How so?
I don't actually know them very well. He seemed to digest this for a few breaths.
Because you were gone a lot, you mean?
That, and I think they aren't very good at talking or connecting to other people. They have this little marriage bubble, and I'm their kid, but to them it means I'm a joint project. Like building a birdhouse together is the same as raising a daughter and redecorating the kitchen.
That's too bad.
Don't get me wrong. They care that I'm raised right and want me to be safe. They just aren't very warm. They don't ever ask whether I've done my homework, but they have very strong opinions about boys and dating and sex and even thoughts.
You can't have thoughts?
I should try not to, is what my mother says. There's no use thinking about things I can't do yet anyway. My dad is just a dad. He works, he eats, he watches TV. He works, he eats, he watches TV.
No sleeping in there?
Gavin asked with a small smile. Maybe a little. My mom is sort of charm-free. Nana always called her Belinda Blue Nose. I finally had to look it up to realize she was calling my mother uptight. And it's true. I think my mother would fall over dead if she ever thought I masturbated. Gavin had been listening intently to all of this, but when Delilah said this last bit, he ran a hand over his face and coughed out a laugh.
Good God, Delilah. You're going to kill me.
What? How? She asked, suddenly distracted by a line of black words that peeked out from beneath the cuff of Gavin's sleeve. She wondered what thoughts and ideas he found so important he would draw them in ink across his skin. He shook his head, and instead of answering, he asked,
Have you never had a boyfriend?
No. Were you listening to the flipping out bit? I've kissed a few boys, but each of those stories is in my collection of secrets.
Not anymore.
She deflated, having broken her one cardinal rule. I didn't tell you the details.
Hey,
he said, touching her arm.
I promise I won't tell anyone you kissed a boy.
Her eyes narrowed, and she noted the brightness in his eyes. You're making fun of me. Gavin laughed.
I am. Completely.
In Massachusetts, the local Trader Joe's was a beacon of color, with bright signs suspended out front and fresh produce practically spilling from the shelves. Morton's only grocery store was beige and as commonplace and average as everything else in town. Economy Grocer was a long rectangular building, wedged between a rundown used bookstore and a small Payless shoe source. Engrossed in one of her paperbacks, Belinda had placed the car keys in Delilah's hand and sent her off to fetch onion powder. Delilah thrilled at any chance to drive on her own. Driving alone meant the chance to listen to loud music of her choosing. Delilah wasn't sure which cosmic force to thank when she pulled into the cracked parking lot of Economy Grocer just in time to see Gavin Timothy's lanky frame disappear between the automatic doors. Keys and purse in hand, she hopped out of the car and made her way into the supermarket. Standing at least a full head taller than everyone else, Gavin was instantly visible down the middle aisle, where he reached to pluck a box of ice cream from the frozen food case. "Hello there, Gavin Timothy," she said, stopping a few feet away. He straightened and looked at her over his shoulder.
Delilah Blue.
As usual, Gavin was dressed in black from head to toe, his jeans practically painted on and his t-shirt doing really, really nice things for his arms and the flat lines of his stomach. But it was his smile that had her taking a step back and stumbling into a display of Hershey's syrup. "I'm fine," she said before he could ask, righting herself almost immediately.
"Good,"
he said, his smile widening, approaching indecent levels. Closing the freezer door, he turned to face her, motioning to the box of drumsticks in his hands.
"I was leaving work and craving ice cream."
Together they turned and walked side by side up the aisle. "I hope you have one in there for me," Delilah said, bumping his arm with her shoulder.
"I'm not sure what watching you eat one of these would do to me,"
he said, and Delilah almost dropped her keys, and Gavin shook his head next to her.
"I probably shouldn't have said that."
"I think we need to figure out which of us is going to be the scandalous one here, because I'm not sure this friendship can handle two." Friendship, she reminded herself. Friendship.
"Just giving you a run for your money,"
he said, following her around the corner to the spice aisle. A woman of about 60 was reading the back of a box of cake mix and glanced up, frowning in judgment as she inspected the messy-haired shadow at Delilah's side. Delilah scanned a row of spice bottles. "That one," she said, pointing to the top shelf.
"Here?"
he said, finding it easily and handing it to her. "Thank you. Why do they put things so high? I need a stepladder to reach it."
"Or maybe you need a grocery store escort from now on."
Her heart turned into 1,000 fevered bird wings. "So what are you doing with the rest of your night?"
"Eating ice cream and thinking wholesome thoughts,"
he said.
"And I have a history test to study for. You?"
"Watching my dad watch TV? I don't know." She looked up at him. Not much going on, really. Gavin looked like he might say something more, but they'd reached the checkout.
"Hey, Dave,"
Gavin said, setting his box on the tiny conveyor belt before shoving both hands in his pockets of his jeans. A middle-aged man with hair that thinned on top and grayed at the sides looked up at him in confusion.
"Hi,"
he said slowly, watching Gavin through narrowed eyes like he was trying to place him.
"Do I know you from somewhere, kid?"
Gavin blinked to Delilah and then back to the man.
"Never mind,"
he said slowly, pulling a 5 from his jeans and handing it to him. Dave rang up the onion powder wearing a similar haze of confusion, his gaze repeatedly darting back to Gavin like he was sure there was something there to puzzle out. With change in hand, Delilah and Gavin headed toward the entrance together.
"That was so weird,"
Gavin said. "You do know him then?" Delilah asked.
"He's only delivered our groceries every week for, I don't know, the past 7 or 8 years. How could he not know who I was?"
Delilah followed his gaze to where the man was ringing up the next customer. There was no way to meet Gavin and not remember him, and there was absolutely no way to forget his house. 10 lunches together and 2 weekends in between interrupted her time with Gavin. Saturday was the most dreaded day of the week. On Fridays, she'd doodle skulls and torches and severed hands discreetly in class just to distract her from the impending doom of the weekend. 2 days at home with her parents. Torture. She wasn't one to snap. Granted, she wasn't the most patient when it came to Gavin. She had no idea why, but early on she'd decided he was what she wanted. She wanted those lips to be hers, and that forever-long torso, too. She was possessive of his quiet, husky laugh, and wanted to know that the fingers he used to play the piano or sketch in his notebook were the same he would use to touch her jaw or her lips or her waist. Until he said no, she was going to be near him as much as possible. He seemed comfortable with her, would ask her questions and reply, but he never shared many details about himself.
"You didn't bring lunch today,"
he said, biting into a mottled red-green apple. He reached into his lunch bag and pulled out a second.
"Here, I brought you one."
"How did you know I wasn't going to bring lunch?"
"I didn't,"
he said, taking another gigantic bite. It pushed his cheek out, and she could see his sharp canine tooth as he moved the bite farther back in his mouth.
"But these apples are really good, and I thought you might want one."
"Is it from your apple tree?" He froze, swallowing roughly before he'd finished chewing.
"Yes."
"So it's January, and your apple tree has fruit."
"It's not uncommon for apples to bloom in January,"
he said robotically. "It's uncommon for pippin apples." She knew, staring down at the apple. She'd seen his blossoming, fruit-filled tree, and she'd looked up what kind it was, and now he knew she had. She stared down at the apple in her hand and then rubbed it against her shirt, shining it. She could almost feel him struggling to think of some way to change the subject. Giving up and letting him off the hook, she said, "Do you like when I come here at lunch?"
"Of course."
He dropped his ravaged apple core into his empty lunch sack. "Do you like me the way I like you?" He scratched his cheek, ducked to meet her eyes, and finally asked,
"What way do you like me, Delilah?"
She looked up at him. He knew how she liked him. She'd made herself completely transparent. Why was he so intent on making her say it? When she saw his dark eyes widen slightly, she understood. Gavin didn't totally believe that she could feel that way. "I want you to ask me out on a date."
Chapter 6. Him. Gavin stared at the girl in front of him, processing what she'd just said. A date with food and maybe milkshakes, hands coming together, palms pressed tightly later, maybe even lips and teeth touching later too, and her quiet girl sounds muted by his mouth. He'd never been very good at the romantic negotiations, the heavy, insinuating looks from girls when they moved to stand close to him, the cloying awkwardness of a girl trying to speak to him and becoming more and more self-conscious as he politely waited for her to finish saying whatever it was she wanted to say. Thankfully, most girls would eventually decide it was easier to pretend he wasn't even there, but Delilah was a battering ram. It was partly what drew him to her, but only partly. Her complete fearlessness felt calming and trustworthy, but her lips and skin and the hint of her breasts beneath her sweater didn't hurt either. "What are you thinking?" "Nothing," he lied. "Liar, I just told you I wanted you to ask me out. Whether you're intrigued or horrified, you have to be thinking about something." He didn't bother denying it. He just smiled and looked at her face some more. She was so beautiful. Her skin was unreal, tiny freckles, but otherwise smooth and clean with just the right amount of color blooming across her cheeks as she watched him. He could draw those eyes, he thought. Charcoal, maybe smudged with the edge of his little finger. Delilah's eyes were wide-set, almost strangely almond-shaped, and a turbulent gray-green, like the crashing surf of hallway painting, waves pummeling stone and sand. He would draw her later. He'd take the sketch downstairs, sit with piano, listen to a song that he imagined would make drawn Delilah come to life, and he would pull her close to him, dance her across the floor. She would feel him so real with her hands tugging his hair and her teeth pulling at the collar of his shirt like an impatient kitten, purring into his neck. "Gavin?" The real Delilah was waiting for an answer. How could they date when they didn't even inhabit the same world? She, a mystery in her crisp shirt and pleated skirt, so unable to give up the prim uniform of Catholic school. He, with his tangle of hair, black shirt, jeans, and the final throes of coherence. "I'm not sure I'm really your type." Her smile curved her mouth into something edible. "I think you are." "I think you might be dangerous." His left eyebrow quirked up, teasing her. She laughed, then, all husky and soft, and the sound burrowed into him, warming him from bones to skin. "I don't think so, Gavin." "What would we do on a date anyway?" Her smile straightened, and she looked so earnest he would believe her if she told him the ground had turned invisible. "We could get milkshakes." His brows lifted. "And maybe after we walked around for a while drinking our milkshakes, you'd hold my hand." He laughed. "Slow down now." "And we'd talk. You'd talk." His expression fell a little. "I hear it's required on dates," Delilah added. "It's what I do every day with you. It's your turn soon." "Talking really isn't my strength." "I know," she assured him. "Then why would you want to go on a date with me where we have milkshakes and eventually hand-holding and awkward conversation?" "Because," she said, licking her lips into a sweet, shining red apple kiss, "I've basically been at a convent for 6 years and I've had a crush on you since we were 9. When I get you to say more than 2 words at a time, I feel like I've won something major." "Like a trophy made of chest hair?" he teased. "Like a war." His skin pebbled in goose flesh when she said that, not because it scared him, but because it thrilled him to hear it from this tiny girl who drew pictures of bleeding crosses and eyeless skulls. "What do you want from me, Delilah?" "I want to be the only girl you look at." No pretenses. She always said things like this, as if it cost her nothing to bear herself. "You already are." "I'd like to be your girlfriend, Gavin Timothy." "Girlfriend? Or girl-friend?" He felt the need to offer her plenty of chances to take it back. "One word, girlfriend, sweetheart, whatever you call it. That's what I want with you." "Sweetheart?" he repeated, teasing. "My best gal?" Shrugging, she whispered, "Yeah." He looked to the side, considering what that would mean. you would have to know about me. Obviously, I haven't hung out with you under this tree for the last few weeks so I can know you less well. Looking back at her, he said, It's not like I have a weird kink like a foot fetish. I mean, I'm different. Again, she said, smiling, obviously. I live in a house. His words came out heavy as marble. Her eyes narrowed as she considered him, and he realized with a small laugh what he'd just said. Huffing out a breath, he dug both hands into his hair. No, right, everyone lives in a house of some sort. It's just that my house is different. You mean because of the patchwork? She asked, eyebrows lifted hopefully. No. But then he understood her meaning, the way a house came together on the outside. He was so used to seeing it that way and knowing each individual part just as that, individual, that he'd stopped noticing how it appeared so heavily seamed, so awkwardly plugged together. Yes, actually. I mean, the reason it looks like that is the same reason you wear those little skirts and I wear jeans and boots. Like every room is decorated a different way, she said, smiling that she seemed to be following, except she wasn't. The rooms weren't decorated a certain way, they were a certain way. No, Delilah, the house and everything inside it is unique. Everything has its own style because everything in the house is alive. Delilah laughed, clearly disbelieving. Okay, Gavin, sure. Blinking away, Gavin took a deep breath and considered his options. He could laugh it off, too, pretend that he was making a joke, but that would mean nothing else between him and Delilah could move forward. He wouldn't really be able to be himself with her the way he suspected he would want to be, or maybe already did. Or he could try to make her believe. I realize how this sounds, he started, but I wouldn't lie to you or tell you this to mock you somehow. Gavin looked back at her, his eyes tripping on a strand of hair blown across her face, stuck to her lip. Without thinking, he gently urged it away with a long finger. I've always been a bit of an outsider, you know, but given how I was raised, how could it have gone differently? My first day of kindergarten, there wasn't a parent walking me there, but a tricycle that squeaked down the street next to me. Not with me on it, next to me. It sat outside my classroom until I was ready to go home, and then walked me all the way back. I hadn't even known what school was until the moment I saw the other kids playing and understood I was supposed to go too. But even then, when I was 5, I knew not to tell anyone. I knew to put my hand on the handle so it would look like I was leading it, and not the other way around. Delilah looked like she might silently blink herself into a faint. And when I got home that day, he continued, there was a snack on the kitchen table and a new Lego set, a present, okay, for getting through my first day. Until I was in the 3rd grade, something from the house would take me to school. The tricycle or a wagon or even a small toy that grew warm in my hand, like it was reassuring me. The house has a way of slipping into things that are inanimate. It takes care of me. It always has. She seemed to try to make a few sounds before anything came out. Slipping into... what? I don't know what it is, really, he admitted, and when he looked at her incredulous expression, he wanted to tell her how many times he'd tried to puzzle it out, too. Was it spirits? Some sort of spell? Was it just magic? In any case, it was his reality, his family, his life. Things inside house can come alive in a way that I don't think things anywhere else can. When an object is inside house, it can be alive. Still, Delilah stared blankly at him, repeating, Can be? I mean, it doesn't hijack onto my clothes, he said with a little laugh that wasn't returned. Though I think the energy, or whatever it is, can leave, too, through power lines or through roots in the soil. I've tried to figure it out because obviously nothing there can really explain it to me. He realized he'd said too much. Delilah had leaned away a little, eyes wide. Growing slightly panicked, Gavin told her, I'm telling you this because I really like you, and I trust that you won't tell me I'm crazy. He ducked low to meet her eyes, weary. Say something, he urged, after at least another half-minute had passed. But it sounds crazy, she whispered. A part of her had to believe it was true. Had she not felt the vine grasping her ankle? What would the human mind do to deceive itself? It's crazy, yes, but the world is full of things that are crazy and wild and unbelievable. When she didn't say more, he added, You of all people know this, Delilah. It's why you love the idea of demon possession and things coming back to life. Is it so hard to imagine that objects might have life in them, too? Delilah looked as if she'd been punched in the chest. How do you know those things about me? He tried not to roll his eyes. Anyone who pays attention knows that about you. No one knows that. Gavin raised an eyebrow. I'm paying attention in a way that others aren't. So let's say you're telling the truth and you aren't crazy. How does it work? She asked. Like, does everything talk? He shook his head, his skin tingling faintly with the surrealism of the moment. The things inside are alive, but nothing can speak because nothing has a mouth. Except the television, I suppose. But every single thing is alive. The rooms, the furniture, the paintings. The curtains, she breathed, playing with her lip. Yes, the curtains. And the vines. Delilah looked all around and down at her feet as if she expected something to have reached up and ensnared her ankle. Is this why your parents never leave the house? He paused, wondering again whether he should lie. He started to, but the words got stuck in his throat, and instead the bare truth came out in a whisper. I don't have parents. I've been in the house for as long as I can remember. Delilah couldn't process this, it appeared. She blinked a few more times and stared at him with her lips slightly parted. Gavin focused instead on her eyes. Where are they? She asked, voice tight as if her throat was holding back more emotion. He licked his lips, unable to look at her when he admitted, I don't know. So they just left? Yeah. I don't have any memories of my dad, but my mom. I know she was here at some point. There's a picture, but she left. She left me. But you have food, and I have everything I need, he told her, because he did. Groceries were delivered each week, the account prepaid by someone. He'd never really thought to check by whom. When he was younger, they were left at the front steps, but now Gavin always answered the door. That was how he'd known Dave from the grocery store. Dave had been stopping by every week for years. How in the hell hadn't he recognized Gavin? Beyond that, there wasn't a single physical thing he needed that he didn't have. Somehow, House provided all of it. Aren't you lonely? She asked. He shook his head. How? She started and then stopped. How is that even possible? With a smile, he explained. It's all I've really known, so it doesn't seem that impossible to me. I have some friends here at school. I have friends online. Things in the house move. They take care of me. They always have. They would never leave. He took a moment to look around the schoolyard. It's a bit like having a really big family, but no one speaks. Her jaw set, determined, when she said, Then show me. The wind blew around them, picking up leaves and spinning them in the air. Okay. He grinned because he suddenly loved everything about this conversation. It felt like he was exhaling a burning lung full of air after holding it in his entire life. And this girl, this gorgeous, crazy girl, wasn't running away screaming. She caught his smile, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. You're really not messing with me? I swear I'm not. Why are you laughing? Because, Delilah, he said, running an index finger along his eyebrow, I never expected the pretty girl who wrote me a note in the 6th grade to ask to be my girlfriend 6 years later hear all this and not run screaming. Did you want to be my boyfriend? She asked, eyebrows pulled close together. She looked preemptively mad, as if she were preparing for a fight. For a war. as if he could have said no. He nodded slowly. It seemed predestined, he realized, that this girl would walk back into this dirty, rumbling school with an unending tangle of words and innocence trailing behind her, and that the first thing she would want was him.
Chapter 7. Her. So he was hers. She grinned so fiercely she felt like she might growl. That crazy hair, the dark, playful eyes, the lips, she couldn't even imagine. That neck and those shoulders, ropey arms and torso that went on forever. She'd consider the rest later.
I think you might be a little unbalanced,
he said, watching her reaction with a smile. Delilah shrugged. Probably. She moved closer than she'd ever been to him, and reached up to put her hands flat on his chest. Gavin sucked in a giant breath, startling her, and squeezed his eyes shut so tight his face contorted as if she'd hurt him. But when she tried to pull away, he stopped her with his palms covering the backs of her hands. Had he been touched before? Haven't you had girlfriends? He opened his eyes.
A couple. But I didn't want them for long, and none of them made me feel this way.
What way?
Relieved, maybe a little terrified.
She dropped her hands this time before he could stop her. I terrify you?
Yes.
That's not good, is it?
For me it is,
he said, and followed it with a little one-shouldered shrug.
I'm just overwhelmed by you. I finally have you. I don't want to mess this up.
She considered his expression. He looked almost desperately hopeful. Gavin walked her home, away from the scrabbly bushes surrounding school, to the neat lawns of her neighborhood. Tiny pastel houses were set back an equal distance from the street, and only an arm's length away from each neighbor. Delilah didn't think these houses would look very interesting to Gavin, having grown up in a sprawling, living mansion, but even so, he looked around her neighborhood with barely concealed hunger.
What time do your parents get home?
My mom gets home around 4. She does hair down at the Supercuts. My dad used to be a manager at the plant.
What does he do now?
Delilah shrugged, surprised that Gavin didn't already know this. The rest of the town seemed to. Looking at the dark windows of her house, she wondered if one or both of her parents were watching her from the living room. What would they think, seeing her talking to this tall, slim shadow on the sidewalk? She found she didn't really care, and was more surprised it hadn't occurred to her sooner. Her parents had lots of opinions, but most of them seemed to be about unimportant things. Delilah wondered where Gavin would land on their spectrum of relevant worries. Knowing them, they wouldn't think to look out the window to see who had walked her home, but they had noticed this morning that her skirt was an inch shorter than the one she wore yesterday.
Is your dad home?
Gavin asked, prompting. He might be. He's looking for work. I guess there isn't a lot in this town for managers right now. Gavin nodded as if this made sense, but Delilah had to wonder what he knew of parents being out of work and what it cost to run a household. He worked in a movie theater for a few hours a week. How much money could he really have? She could hardly ask that. Who did he talk to about careers in school? What did he do if he got stuck on his math homework?
You should go in,
he prompted, lifting his chin toward the porch. Her mom now stood there, waving. I know, but I don't want to.
You're not going to go in there and freak out on me, are you?
She looked up at him, stretched to kiss his cheek, but made it only to his jaw. See you tomorrow.
Chapter 8. Him. Gavin lay on bed that night, long legs stretched nearly to the footboard. He was getting too old for this room, but he'd been here since he was 7 and had finally decided to move out of the nursery. Here, blue wallpaper lined the walls, and model airplanes hung from wire, twisting errantly from the ceiling above. He'd gone through an aviator phase when he was 12, right after watching a documentary about the Wright brothers on television. He could still remember how he'd talked about the program for weeks, and how content House seemed just to listen. He'd jabbered endlessly about wing warping and gliders, and it had seemed to understand, the flowers and parlor painting nodding encouragingly each time he paused to take a breath. He remembered how boxes of books on aeronautics and aerospace engineering had magically appeared on the porch, silently ordered, silently delivered. How encyclopedias had found their way onto table near bed. He'd pored through volume after volume, read countless biographies, even found plans on building models to scale. But no maps, not a single atlas or globe to be found. It was the first inkling Gavin had that, although House provided him with everything he'd ever thought to want or need, it might be trying to keep him from the one thing he'd never really paid much attention to in the first place, the outside world. As he usually did when these sorts of thoughts occurred to him, Gavin shuffled it to the back of his mind, along with all other equally unpleasant things. This was the only life he'd ever known, after all, and hadn't he always been happy, or at the very least content? He'd always reasoned that everyone lived their lives in one type of box or another. His was just a bit more oddly shaped than the rest. And now Delilah wanted to come here. Gavin had no idea what to make of this, having never been wanted so sincerely and so fiercely before in his life. Other girls had been curious, maybe using him to explore their own borders of what felt safe and what felt dangerous, but with Delilah it always seemed clear that if either of them was to be handled carefully, it wasn't him. She was like a firecracker standing too close to a match, all potential energy still wrapped up so neatly. He wanted to watch her explode. Hell, he was the match. He wanted to make her explode. He squeezed his eyes shut and let out a frustrated sigh, saying, "You're too small," to bed. Almost as soon as the words were out, a great metallic groan rang through the room. Bed trembled, springs creaked, and the scraping of metal against metal rattled all around him. Gavin waited calmly as bed stretched beneath him, growing more than a foot beyond its original length and several feet wider. Sometimes he wondered if House realized he'd grown at all, or if everything inside still imagined him as the tiny boy they'd raised. "Better," he said. "Thanks." Gavin looked around then, eyeing the sky-colored paper, the childish clouds on the ceiling. He couldn't let Delilah see this. "I think maybe a redecoration is in order." He paused, wondering what would be an acceptable substitute. How did 17-year-old boys decorate their rooms, anyway? "More black," he finished, satisfied that this would be at least a step in the right direction. The room cooled, and House rumbled deep within its foundation, a gentle admonishment. But Gavin ignored this, heaving himself off bed and crossing the room. He peered out to where the sun hung low in the sky, its golden fingers just visible behind the rooftops of houses in the distance. The yard sprawled out beneath him, a kaleidoscope of blossoms, still visible under the thin layer of frost. Delilah had known about the apples, but Gavin wondered what she would think when she saw roses blooming in January, or a garden full of vegetables still thriving in the throes of winter. She'd seemed completely unruffled by his secret earlier at school, but it was one thing to accept the idea of a house living and breathing and growing all around you, and quite another to actually see it. How would she react to ferns that picked themselves up, settling beneath whichever window had the best view of the sun? Or Lamp, who followed him from room to room because there weren't actual light switches on any of the walls? Or Hall Table, who was one of the few pieces of furniture that never moved during the day, but creaked as it prowled through the halls in the middle of the night? She wanted to come here and see the sideshow that was his life. A part of him worried she'd see the fire burning that nobody ever tended, or grandfather clock that told him exactly what he was late for, and she would run out the gate and never speak to him again. But another, darker part of him worried that she wouldn't, that perhaps Delilah Blue was every bit as brave as she appeared and would stay. And it was this possibility that frightened him more than all the others combined, because Gavin was fairly certain that once Delilah walked through the front door, he'd never want her to leave. Gavin took the long way to school, still not sure what he would say the next time Delilah asked to go home with him. He trudged through the slush as he considered this. She would, he knew. It was just a question of whether he'd even get one word out before she asked again. She was waiting near the front entrance, her bag in a forgotten heap at her feet. Gavin spotted her long before she spotted him, his gaze moving from her braided hair down to legs that peeked from beneath the bloom of her pleated skirt. Gavin didn't know a lot about girls, but he knew enough. He knew that when most girls wore things like that, they hoped to drive boys crazy. But it didn't take a genius to know that by wearing what she considered to be a boring uniform, Delilah was completely clueless about what she was doing to him, or to any other boy for that matter. She just didn't think much about clothes, but the innocent slip of leg below the knee, all wrapped in knitted tights and boots, was enough to make him wonder about the parts of her he couldn't see. She blinked over to him just as he crossed the street. Delilah's eyes widened, a smile lighting up her face, and the twist in his stomach was back, even tighter than before. "Hi, Delilah," he said, trying to swallow the crack in his voice. "Hi, Gavin," she said back, gray-green eyes moving over every one of his features. "Finish your paper on Poe?" "I did. You?" Delilah pivoted and began walking toward the school. "I did, but it took forever." "Why? You probably already covered Poe in freshman year at St. Benedict's." They climbed the steps, and Gavin held open the door, breathing in her apple blossom scent as she passed. "I still had to do a lot of research." He looked over at her, wondering about her mysterious little smile. "I'm sure you just forgot some of the smaller details. Or maybe there are just too many distractions in my English class," she said. Gavin considered this, taking in her teasing expression. "Well, Mr. Harrington is very distracting," he said with a small grin. "We could be distracted at your house," she said in a whisper. "I'm sure you'd make an excellent tutor." He swallowed and blinked away, but just as easily as he turned awkward, Delilah laughed, reaching out to take his hand in hers. She lifted the edge of his sleeve and stared down at the black ink there, the words he'd written just this morning. "She takes your voice and leaves you howling at the moon." "What is that?" He tugged his sleeve down and blinked behind her to where several students watched their interaction with interest. "It's from a song I love." They stopped when they reached Delilah's locker. "Are you sure about this?" he asked finally. "The house is a lot to take in." He looked around them again, then back at her. "Being with me is a lot to take in as well." Her eyes flamed, and she stretched up on her toes, her lips almost touching the shell of his ear. The halls were a whirlwind of activity, but none of it seemed to matter to either of them. "I'm sure."
Chapter 9. Her. Gavin opened the heavy door and stepped through, looking around as if making sure everything was as it should be. With a small smile, he waved her in, nodding to let her know it was okay. The entire walk there, Delilah had been high on anticipation and the thrill of seeing inside Gavin's secret world. But on the porch, she was suddenly terrified of being gripped by the arms of a chair or tripped by the leg of a table. Was everything inside wild? She imagined for a panicked heartbeat the feeling she'd had as a child, staring at the illustrations in Jumanji. Vines growing on the ceilings, rhinos storming through the house, enormous bees dive-bombing from overhead.
"Come on,"
he murmured, smiling in reassurance. One tentative look past Gavin at the inside of the house showed her that it was actually very house-like. She walked through the rooms, trailing her fingertips along each surface until it occurred to her that she might be molesting everything she touched. The furniture was pristine and beautiful. The floors, whether wood or tile or soft carpet, lacked any trace of dust or grime. Thick wallpapered walls were decorated with the occasional painting with life inside them. Seaside scenes with gulls calling out from behind the frames. The smell of oranges as she passed a painting of a fruit tree. But other than these sounds and smells, the house was completely silent. Gavin watched with a mixture of apprehension and amusement, his eyes wide and bottom lip snared between his teeth. He followed, studying her as she took it all in.
"That's where I sit and read,"
he said as she ran her hand over a leather couch in the living room.
"I wouldn't sit there,"
he laughed as she eyed a particularly severe-looking chair at the head of the table in the dining room.
"This room has a bit of attitude."
She expected some reaction from the space, something like a hum or a shiver, but everything was well and truly still, except for the paintings, which she'd actually forgotten. Now standing in the quiet calm of the kitchen, Delilah wondered if this house was anything special after all. I can't tell that the house is different. Gavin smiled as he turned and opened the refrigerator, grabbing 2 bottles of juice.
If you say so.
Do you think it will be weird to live somewhere else? Like when you go to college? She'd said these things innocently, but the house jerked to life, shaking once so violently and with a terrible groan that Delilah screamed and instinctively sprinted for the door. The handle was locked, and she stood there, madly rattling the knob until Gavin came up behind her, wrapped his hand around hers, and gently pried her fingers away.
It's okay, Delilah.
He curled his hand around her shaking fist and pressed their hands to her stomach.
It's okay.
The house had gone still, the rooms no longer shaking or cold. Delilah could feel Gavin's breath against her ear. She slumped back against him, calming. It just surprised me.
I'm sorry,
he whispered in her hair. Somehow, though, it felt like he was speaking to the house as well as her. When Delilah turned to look at him, her attention was drawn over his shoulder at the light that continued to swing over the kitchen table, at the walls that now seemed to pulse and breathe, as if before everything had been holding its breath, suspended.
It was just behaving before,
he said with a small smile.
I've been talking about you for a long time, so everyone is excited. I think we're all a little unsure how to act.
No, I'm sorry, she said, her voice cracking. I didn't mean to upset anyone by asking that. She was shaking and wild-eyed when Gavin pulled her into his chest, wrapping his endless arms around her. She pressed her face against his breastbone, listened to the steady pound of his heartbeat, and for a moment she felt like she was being held by him inside another body, a bigger and much more powerful one. She felt an odd tickling at her thoughts, like shadow fingers pressing in from her temples. Blinking hard, Delilah shook her head and felt a wild pulse of anger over the violating sensation. In a tiny gust, the feeling was gone. Gavin ran a long finger up her spine, bringing her immediately back into the moment with him. She'd been spooked by the shaking of the house. That was all.
Let's go outside to the shed,
he said, and Delilah felt his lips move against her hair as he spoke. She wondered what stories his mouth might write across her skin, and where he would put them.
Are you scared?
He asked, very quietly. Delilah shook her head. She wasn't scared exactly, but it was strange to reconcile always wanting the weird and strange and having it groan and shake all around you. It was wonderful to finally see something like this with her own eyes, but she hated to admit that it was also a little frightening to feel the presence of the house press up against her, so close, nearly in her own thoughts. The house was huge and real, and Gavin lived inside it. There must be slivers of her boringly normal parents inside her somewhere, but Delilah wasn't sure she'd ever be able to wrap her brain around that. I just don't want to do anything wrong, she said. The quiet rumble of his laugh rose up from where her cheek rested against him and came out in an exhale over the top of her head.
You couldn't. I think the house is worried about the same thing. Haven't you ever heard the phrase, it's more scared of you than you are of it? Come on.
Gavin led her into the backyard, which was huge and green and ripe with lush trees. Ruby apples hung from heavy branches. Tangerine, cherry, plum, and peach trees were thick with fruit and planted to create a small, delicious forest beside a shed. Here the lawn was also perfect, soft and springy under her shoes. What's wrong with the front lawn? She asked, remembering. Gavin laughed.
The twins. I think dead lawn does it to piss off alive, but that's just a guess.
Of course it was, Delilah thought. There wasn't exactly any way for him to ask or for them to answer. I have about 1,000,000 questions.
I'm surprised you only have that many.
He led her farther back into one of the small sheds, saying,
Come in here. She's cool.
She wanted to ask how on earth he knew the shed was a she, or the lawns were twins, or the house was worried for Delilah's reaction. But when she saw the shed, she understood. The walls were softly curved, the wood smelling faintly of fruit tree blossoms. Gavin stepped aside after opening the door, letting her walk in ahead of him. Delilah wasn't sure what she expected, but it certainly wasn't this. A shed, to her mind, was meant to be dusty and a place where old garden tools go to be forgotten and grow crusty with spider webs. This shed was nothing like that. The floors were shiny and pristine, the 2 small windows crystal gleaming. 2 walls were lined with shelves stacked high with jarred fruit, vegetables, and sauces. Another wall had a sink, a small stove, and several drawers with polished brass knobs. A blue sofa was tucked beneath the larger window, and a stack of books rested nearby on the floor. Without having to ask, Delilah knew that Gavin spent a lot of time out here. "Who made the jars of food?"
"Shed,"
he answered, confused. Delilah looked up in time to catch his curious smile. How is that even possible? He opened one of the drawers near the stove and pulled out a couple of random utensils. A peeler, a slotted spoon, a beautiful knife with an ivory handle.
"She uses utensils."
Delilah wanted to know how, but before she could ask, he said,
"Do you want to take some fruit home?"
The space grew noticeably warmer, and Delilah felt her eyes widen, looking instinctively to the window in search of an aggressive ray of sun.
"It's warm because she wants you to take some."
Nodding politely, Delilah took the jars of peaches and plums when Gavin handed them over.
"These 2,
he said, tucking a jar of tiny pickles between her forearm and ribs. Delilah looked down at them, half expecting them to wiggle a little hello from behind the glass, but they were as still as any other collection of pickles.
"They're my favorites."
"Is this your favorite place to be?"
"It's one of them."
"What are some others?"
"Kitchen, my room."
He shrugged and then added,
"I love playing piano, but dining room is a nightmare sometimes."
She lifted her eyebrows in silent question.
"He's a bit of a hermit and keeps it really cold so that I don't like being in there."
He led her back outside, and Delilah felt as if she'd stepped off a boat, a little wobbly, her stomach flipping at the sturdiness of the earth beneath her feet.
"You okay?"
Gavin's hand came around her upper arm, warm, long fingers curling deliciously over her skin. The sensation of falling heightened until she swayed, leaning into him and wondering if a part of her did it intentionally, because once his arms were fully around her, she felt perfect, cocooned and stable, but, unfortunately, desperate for a kiss. They lay down on a patch of grass beneath a cherry tree. The sun shone through in tiny bursts, and Delilah managed to position her head to avoid getting a sunbeam in the eye. It also meant that her head rested against Gavin's shoulder.
"You can ask me more questions,"
he said.
"I'm sure you're a little overwhelmed."
She nodded, and she knew he felt it because he leaned a little closer to her. The feeling that took over was how Delilah imagined it would be if someone flushed hot water through her veins. "Does the house possess things? Is that how everything works?"
"I'm not sure what it does, really, but that's probably as good a description as any. The utensils move, the stove turns on. I feel like it's the shed making it all, but maybe it's more than one thing in there. The house sort of feels like one thing with just a lot of moving parts."
She reached down and tugged at his elbow so he'd move his hand closer and let her hold it. "Are you happy here?"
"Yeah,"
he said.
"I mean, it's all I've really known. I know that my home life is different, to say the least."
She knew she should ask about the yard or the house or how he learned to walk, talk, or interact with other humans. Instead, she asked, "Have you ever had a girlfriend over before?" He laughed.
"No, you're the first."
"Have you ever had your heart broken?" His voice was wary.
"That's not a question about the house."
"Answer it anyway." She looked up at him, admired his sharp jaw and the dark stubble forming just beneath his skin. She wondered if he would ever let her draw something on him. Blood-red swirls and jagged slate-gray lines, or words like he did. Some runes, maybe, to scare anyone else away from ever touching him the way she wanted to. "If I'm your girlfriend, I get to ask things like that."
"Fair enough,"
he said with a little smile.
"And no, I haven't. Not the way you mean. I had it broken a lot when I was little, just from being ignored or rejected or teased. I don't think it could be broken now."
Her heart broke a little at that. That's pretty terrible.
It's not.
His fingers squeezed her, and inside her chest, her ribs seemed to mimic the gesture, coming together tightly.
I haven't been lonely. House is very affectionate. Objects as family is my reality, and I'm a pretty happy person. Like I said, I have people I chat with online who just know me as a username and don't have any clue that I'm the Monster House version of Raised by Wolves. Of course, now I have you.
She grinned. Yes, you do.
But I'm just saying that a person probably couldn't break my heart. But maybe House could.
The branches from the tree had started stretching down, and now they touched his other arm, the one she didn't feel pressed along the length of hers. He whispered a thanks as he pulled a cherry off with a careful tug, popped it in his mouth, and turned to throw the pit across the yard. The branch smacked him lightly on the shoulder.
What, you wanted to take it?
The tree ran a leaf across his cheek and then retreated. An obvious yes. It was then that Delilah realized how Gavin must have learned to walk and talk, and all the other things he would have needed. House had taught him. If it could do something as delicate as feed him a cherry, reprimand him for tossing a pit into the grass, and then caress his cheek, it could certainly care for and nurture him. Gavin was loved. From where she lay, Delilah watched the interaction with wide-eyed fascination. I don't know what to ask, she said finally. I think it's amazing. A warm breeze blew through the yard and carried with it the smell of spring and warmth and the best kind of summer day in the middle of the winter. They left not too much later. Delilah was absorbed with everything around them, but still so self-conscious in front of it, wondering how much it could hear or see. Wondering, too, if it saw through her directly to her not-so-innocent intentions where Gavin was concerned. She'd spent a good fraction of the time they were there imagining where they would kiss when they spent time together at his house. He didn't say anything when they left. He gave a small pat to the trunk of the cherry tree before leading Delilah out the back gate and onto the street. Back on the ordinary sidewalk, she didn't think she would ever see the world the same way again. How many homes were like this? How many trees had the same consciousness as the ones in Gavin's yard? Just as she pondered this, his pocket buzzed. She looked up at his face in surprise as he seemed to hesitate for a moment before digging into his pocket. You have a cell phone?
Yeah, of course.
The way he looked at her, she felt as though she'd grown an eyeball on her forehead. Did you buy it? Gavin held up a finger, asking her to wait as he answered. He didn't answer like she would, with a hello or a hi or a this is Gavin. He just said,
I'll be back by 9.
And then hung up. You have a curfew?
Of course I do,
he said, laughing. But if the house knows where you are all the time, why would you need to tell it when you'll be back?
It can't always see me unless I've taken something with me that's possessed.
He laughed when he said this, giving her a little apologetic smile.
Or unless it follows me in the grass, or in a wire, which...
He paused.
I'm not sure it's ever done that. It's weird to find the language for all of this. I mean, sometimes I know when the house is worried, and it leaves a small object at the door for me to carry. Like on days I have a big exam, or when I have my job interview, and it knew I was nervous.
He smiled down at her.
But usually when I leave, I'm just by myself.
Delilah nodded, thinking about what he'd said and how much freedom he really had in a weird way. And 9 o'clock felt like an eternity. Delilah looked at her watch. Did she really have 5 more hours with him? A blur of images flew through her thoughts like a stack of photos being flipped through his long, knobby fingers. Hands held, lips to palm, mouth moving up her wrist, kissing her chin, her lips, her eyelids. The smooth glide of his tongue on hers and a quiet exhale from her mouth into his. But no, she didn't have 5 hours. She was lucky if she had 2 because her own curfew was sunset, and the sky was already sagging, the dim gray blue of abbreviated winter days. Gavin slipped the phone back in his pocket and gazed at her. His eyes were so dark and shiny, like her favorite black marbles when she was little. She used to pretend she found them while on safari in Africa, hunting for magical roots and fruit.
I work because it's nice to have some independence, but also there's always money in the jar.
Delilah blinked into focus. What? He smiled as if catching her daydreaming about his eyes and the adventures he saw for them behind the dark, dark irises.
In the pantry, there's a jar of money. It's always full. I don't know how, but I never run out.
When she still didn't respond, he reminded her with a patient smile.
It's how I got a cell phone.
Is the jar alive?
I assume so.
He shrugged, shoulders pointing to the clouds and then relaxing again.
I don't have much of a relationship with it other than to get some money when I need it.
Sounds pretty typically teenager, she said, and grinned. His smile stuttered and then twisted into a full curve, lighting up his entire face. Delilah thought she'd lose her mind or melt into the sidewalk if he smiled at her like that much longer.
I haven't been called typical before.
I guess you're not, except with the money jar.
Have you?
He asked. Sure, lots of times. Maybe not with that word, but with others, like sweet or quiet or well-behaved.
Well, you're not.
I'm not well-behaved? She fought another smile. Delilah liked the idea that he thought she had something wild in her, trapped in a steel box beneath her heart. If he would only kiss her, maybe it would all come tearing out and claw at him.
I suspect you're not that either, but I meant you're not typical,
he said. He reached forward, took a strand of her hair and wrapped it around his finger, sliding to the end and tugging gently.
Not even a little. And when you look at me like that, I want to lick your lips until the sun is gone.
1,000 horses galloped in her chest. You could, you know. He ignored this, saying very quietly,
No one has ever looked at me the way you do.
She believed him. She'd never seen anyone the way she saw him either. Why won't you kiss me?
I'm afraid I won't be able to stop, and you'll miss your curfew.
She thought of her father's angry face and her mother's worried one as they both hovered in the kitchen, as close to the clock as they could get. It might be worth it. He pulled his bottom lip between his teeth as he seemed to consider a kiss. Soft red flesh turned white where he pressed down with a sharp canine. He was too much for her. He was the most sensual person she had ever met. Delilah closed her eyes.
I think about kissing you a lot,
he whispered. She inhaled sharply, squeezing her eyes shut more firmly, wanting him to stop and hoping he never would.
And other things, like how it would feel if you bit my shoulder, or whether I could bite you back and if you'd like it.
Delilah thought she would, knew she would. That unknown dark and dangerous thing about him was what pulled her in. But what kept her feeling more and more and more infatuated with Gavin was the reality. He would say every thought he had and wasn't embarrassed that he was different and a little dark. She considered opening her eyes and seeing what he looked like when he said these things to her, but before she had a chance, she felt the brush of his lips across hers, fingers wrapping around her waist, and a small, sharp bite to her bottom lip. The pain made her gasp and then immediately want another taste.
Tell me tomorrow if you liked that.
When she finally managed to open her eyes, Gavin was a small black dot in the distance as he disappeared down the sidewalk.
Chapter 10. Him. Gavin told his room what he could about his afternoon with Delilah without turning into a lovesick poet. How she had 1,000 smiles, how she was smart and unafraid, even though when she stood close to him, she was positively tiny. All around him, the room grew warm. I'm exhausted, though. Talking to her wipes me out. It's like she just looks at me and it pulls every thought I have from my brain. I couldn't keep a secret from her if I tried. The room cooled. She's already been here, room. She knows all about you, so you're not even a secret anymore. Plus, she thinks you're all wonderful. The edges of blanket lifted up, wrapping Gavin in its embrace. Who knew that the objects inside house could be collectively sensitive, so possessive, so meddling? Do you watch me when I'm out there? He'd always wondered this, and the conversation with Delilah tripped that same curiosity again. When he was little, something from house would always accompany him on walks or to school. But as he grew older, he had the sense that house wanted him to feel like he could be independent, even if he was never really alone. He suspected House did watch over him most of the time, though he never completely understood how. Through a network of trees or wires buzzing dully in the sky, he'd never bothered asking because he'd never really cared before. But now he needed to know whether he could be alone with Delilah if he wanted. "Do you, House? Do you watch me all the time?" The room didn't warm or cool. The blanket neither tightened nor loosened. No answer. "That's what I thought," he said quietly.
Chapter 11. Her. "Stop touching your lip, Delilah," her mother said, and then smiled stiffly, trying to take the bite off. "Your chin will break out just below. You have dirt and oils on your fingers and will give yourself pimples." "Okay." Delilah mumbled into her plate. Flavorless vegetables, bland chicken, undercooked rice. She looked up at her ceiling and wished for a brief pulse that the lamp would sway in some happy dinnertime rhythm. The silence in her house was intimidating. She missed the chaos of mealtimes at her old school, with forks clanging and drinks spilling and hundreds of girls speaking in excited whispers. She wondered what dinners were like at Gavin's house, and whether she could kiss Gavin at his dinner table. She wished she'd asked him for his phone number so she could call him after dinner from beneath her blankets and tell him that she had liked his kiss. "Delilah Blue, I said stop touching your lip." Delilah's dreams were twisted and wonderfully terrifying that night. Each time she woke with a start, she remembered a dream where she'd died from the most innocent household accident. She left the stove on all day and the house exploded, and she'd fall back asleep and have another one, this time about dropping the hairdryer in the full tub or falling down the stairs and landing on a knife in her hand. Somehow, Delilah must have gone to bed with a butter knife clutched in her fist. She dropped it to the floor with a dull clang and felt her muscles shake and pull as she stretched herself fully awake. Delilah's head hurt, a dull ache in her temples that echoed of fingers pressing into her skull. She found Tylenol in the cupboard in the bathroom and lay back down, falling asleep until the sun was barely starting to brighten the sky. Getting up on such dark mornings allowed Delilah to pretend she'd never slept and had been out all night dancing wildly. In the shower, she pretended that it was 3 a.m. and she was washing off sweat accumulated from crashing into other soaked bodies on the dance floor, and not just the innocent layer of sleep and wild dreams. She put on whatever clothes were folded at the top of each drawer, suspecting that Gavin didn't even really notice what she wore. To be fair, though, if he showed up at school in khakis and a polo shirt, she would have a heart attack. So maybe her clothes mattered too. Delilah smoothed her hands down over her crisp red skirt and white sweater. So plain. She had traded one uniform for another. Trying to fit her personality in her clothing had always just felt like so much work. In the mirror, she let her hands run over her hips, narrow and girlish, and up over her chest, barely there. She felt stunted from private school, as if her body needed the added chemistry of boys to become a woman and was years behind everyone else. She liked the long, sinewy lines of Gavin's body beneath his t-shirt. She liked the way the veins on his arms stood out when he heaved his backpack over his shoulder, and how his biceps peeked out from his sleeves like thick ropes. He looked strong and scrappy, and like he'd just as soon wrestle her onto the grass as he would slip his hand into hers. Breakfast, more bland. Walk to school, too long. But the sight of Gavin waiting for her at the edge of the school property made something wiggle inside her chest, and her stomach turned to fire.
"So did you?"
he asked before she was close, certainly before she was close enough to be sure of what he'd said. "What?" she called.
"Did you like it?"
She answered by walking faster and then pressing against him, arms around his neck and pulling him down, down, down to her mouth, where she could offer her lip again. "I liked it too much," she said, after he'd bitten her, and she'd sucked on his lip and pulled his hair and heard the sound he made that set off fireworks in each of her toes.
"Too much how?"
I couldn't stop thinking about it. Mom yelled at me for touching my lip. Gavin's eyebrows inched toward his hairline.
"Really? Yelled?"
"Well, no, she doesn't yell, but she nagged me all through dinner in this voice that sounds pleasant but isn't."
"Because you touched your lip all through dinner?"
Delilah nodded. So you're obligated to do it over and over and over now. The school bell clanged in the background, and Gavin wrapped his arm around her shoulders, steering her toward the building.
Did you have bells at the other school?
She gazed up at him, wondering if the topic of kissing was finished. No, we were expected to be responsible for our time. She heard how the words came out rote and programmed, straight from the St. Benedict's handbook.
That's it, then. Public school kids aren't trusted to be responsible.
She stared at the pavement as it passed beneath their feet. She noticed that he had on new black shoes and watched them instead of wishing he would obsess about kissing as much as she did.
Though I like to think that I'm not typical,
he said. She heard a twist in his voice, like he was smiling out the words.
I like to fulfill my obligations, kissing or otherwise, but especially kissing.
Delilah knew her grin was ridiculous, and ahead in the distance, Thavel caught her eye. His reaction, raised brow, arms crossed, told her that he saw the wild smile and would keep at her the entire day until she spilled every detail about the boy at her side. Gavin slowed his steps and finally released her, kissing the side of her head and promising he would find her later. When he walked away, shoulders square and broad, hair as black as the shadows under the tree, she felt a little hollow, like maybe he'd taken one of her ribs with him when he left. The grass spread brown and muddy, forming a dim smudge across the front of the school. Thavel sat at the top of the steps beside Cornelia Stinton, a girl Delilah knew only from Thavel's lesson on social hierarchy, Delilah's first day back at school. Cornelia seemed nice enough. She'd moved from Wichita the year after Delilah left for private school, and therefore was one of few girls in school who didn't seem personally offended that Delilah had ever left.
Come here, girl.
Thavel patted the concrete next to him.
Spill.
Delilah sat beside him, waving politely to Cornelia, who seemed to sit a little too close to Thavel and watch him with more interest than she maybe would if she knew he was more interested in boys than girls.
What's today's adventure?
He asked, bumping Delilah's shoulder with his. Discussion of unreliable narrators in fiction, archery in phys ed, and
more kissing your new boy toy?
Delilah gave him a meaningful glare and didn't bother to answer.
Girl, you work fast,
he said.
You always get what you want?
She snorted. Definitely not. Are you dating Gavin? Cornelia asked, leaning past Thavel so she could give Delilah full view of her wide blue eyes. Cornelia was pretty in the way that girls often were at 17, prettier beneath all of the things she put on her face. Maybe Cornelia was pretending she hadn't seen Delilah and Gavin on the lawn just now. Maybe she really hadn't seen them. So Delilah nodded and watched Gavin disappear inside the side door, wishing he didn't sit behind her in English so she would be able to stare at his shoulder and remember how it felt to rest her head against it. He was a little too weird for me, Cornelia said, leaning back into position and sounding sharply bored. I'm glad that's over. Delilah understood the dismissively territorial behavior. By casting off Gavin, Cornelia was allowing Delilah to have him. Thavel made a skeptical noise in his throat.
You had it bad for him, Cor.
Cornelia smacked him. I did not.
Liar,
Thavel drawled. Well, he seems just weird enough for me. Delilah stood telling Thavel she would see him later and walked into the building. Students pressed into her as they walked past, hot and heavy all around. Everyone seemed so carefully disheveled, as if their hair had been mussed into the perfect disarray, their clothes selected to be ideally mismatched. Delilah looked down at her skirt, her sweater, her plain brown shoes. She leaned against her locker, feeling the press of bodies behind her like a riptide. She could join it, get pulled along to class. Or she could pretend to bury her feet in the sand and wait for her world to stop spinning. Delilah wasn't all that familiar with jealousy. She'd had what could only barely be considered a boyfriend for a few weeks last year. She'd kissed a couple others, but she'd always let them go with as friendly a smile as she could manage, and tried not to tell them they just didn't have the right twist for her tastes. Giant footsteps echoed toward her, and she didn't even realize she'd been alone in the empty hall until the second the late bell rang and the toes of black sneakers moved into her line of vision.
Why are you still out here? I thought you were the queen of time management.
Gavin bent to meet her eyes. There was a tightness in his face, something pulling the edges taut and worried. Where is the mystery? She wondered. It wasn't as if he hadn't seen her sitting down next to Cornelia. It was exactly why he hadn't joined her there, she realized. Did you kiss her?
Who?
He studied her for a beat before his eyes widened in understanding.
Cornelia?
Yes. Gavin nodded, and Delilah blinked down to the ink on his forearm. Did you take her home? In her peripheral vision, she saw him smile, shake his head.
I told you were the first. Delilah, are you jealous?
He seemed to find the whole thing fascinating. A bit.
Of Cornelia?
She looked away, fighting a smile. She liked the way he seemed unable to conceive of such a thing. Yes.
Well, I promise you, I was only a tool used to completely freak out her parents.
But you dated her.
Of course I did. Why not?
It wasn't exactly what she wanted to hear, but Delilah appreciated his honesty. Did you bite her bottom lip? His smile faded as fast as a lit match put under water, but his eyes smoldered with a hunger that made Delilah's fingertips tingle.
No. Never wanted to do that with her.
She took his hand and pulled him toward room 104, Mr. Harrington's English class.
Chapter 12. Him. Her hand was almost constantly in the air during class. Gavin watched Delilah's skinny arm wave back and forth as she volunteered to answer her 7th question in 40 minutes. She'll speak enough for both of us, he thought. He imagined them in a quick montage of scenarios at the grocery store, buying a car, walking through the park together, and wondered how that would work over time, if he would start to feel more a part of her world, or if she would always just grab his hand and pull him along in her determined, tiny wake. For once, he was thinking of a relationship in the abstract unit of time, not in a finite unit as small as classes or kisses. He'd never really thought about how to integrate a person into his life long term, and Gavin's thoughts immediately turned to her question yesterday. Do you think it will be weird to live somewhere else? He'd never actually considered the alternative. He'd always assumed he'd be in the house forever. Their shoes crunched on the dried leaves as they walked across the lawn to their favorite tree. Gavin looked at her profile and, as always, wondered what she was thinking. Why do you talk in class so much? As soon as the words were out, he heard how critical they sounded. It was the kind of thing he would have said to another girl, like Cornelia or Tabitha, and she would have said, "Gavin, that's super rude." He would mumble an apology and wonder why they didn't just give him the benefit of the doubt. It's not like they were dealing with Duval Reddy, Mr. Social, or Tanner Jones, Mr. Jock. They had chosen the weird guy for a reason and then expected him to act typical. But apparently Delilah didn't expect this. She shrugged, completely unfazed by his tone. My old school, was pretty strict about participation. It just became part of the routine. This school just lets you sit there and not say anything. And thank God for that, he thought. Do you miss St. Benedict's? She chewed her lip while she considered this. Yes and no. Briefly, he pondered which part was yes and which was no, but he put himself in her situation and figured that if she was comparing this mess of a school to a fancy East Coast academy, she probably missed most things. Hopefully the one thing she didn't miss was that he wouldn't have been at St. Ben's. She sat on the grass and opened her lunch bag, popping a grape in her mouth. She chewed, thinking, and Gavin sat beside her, slanting his body toward hers, kissing the side of her head before opening his own lunch. There are a lot more students here, she said. People care more about what they're wearing, but in a really silly way. Like they want to look messy, and they take a lot of time to do it. We didn't care as much about that, and when given the option of free dress, we all just wore whatever we slept in. Gavin's thoughts slipped away to something dark and silky and very, very tiny. He ran his hand up her arm to her neck to pull her in for a kiss. Not like that, she said, smiling against his lips. He tried to see House the way she might have the day before. It had stayed so still for her initially, almost as if it were holding its collective breath. But he'd been so absorbed in Delilah's reaction, he hadn't given it much thought. And her reaction had been completely unexpected. He'd been sincere when he'd said he'd never had a girl over before, but he had imagined that if he had, they would have kept their arms tucked closer to their bodies than Delilah. She'd reached out, touched walls and couch, even stiff chair. As always, Delilah was fearless, maybe even foolhardy. Gavin pulled up short, staring at the soft pastel wallpaper of hallway and wondering where that thought had come from. If he trusted House, why shouldn't she? Why should she come in with trepidation? Was there something about House to fear? With this burst of thoughts, he walked faster down the hall to the upstairs bathroom, the only functional bathroom in House, and also the only room Gavin had never thought was alive. It was his sanctuary, and the one place in House he realized he felt safe thinking whatever he wanted. See, that bothered him too. His thoughts were his own everywhere, weren't they? In any room he entered, he could think about anything he wanted, whether it was Delilah naked and waiting for him on his bed, or any number of flittering images that entered his mind, seeing himself in college, laughing with the family, sailing in the middle of the ocean, and were gone as quickly as they'd appeared, and no person or object would even know. His thoughts were his and had always been, hadn't they? For the first time in his life, Gavin truly wondered if his reality were accurate. Every object in House could move, could feel, could think, but each lacked muscles, flowing blood, and a brain to process it all. Why wouldn't House be able to hear his thoughts? What else could House do that he had never considered? Before Gavin could trip his way down the tangle of worries and thoughts that led to the dreaded question, "Where did I come from?" he heard the sound of a small fist against the front door. He wasn't expecting a package or a grocery delivery, and nobody ever just dropped by. The knock came again. "Gavin?" Through the thick oak of the door, Delilah's voice sounded tinny and frail, when in reality, and despite her size, her voice was low and scratchy, as if she'd grown up screaming everything, and had only recently decided to tone it down. Gavin opened the front door and grinned. "What brings you here, Miss Blue?" She shrugged, slipping past him as if she owned the place, and dropping her bag on the floor. "My hot boyfriend." Gavin looked around the room in mock surprise. "He's here too?" The corners of her eyes turned up as she smiled. "Yes. Could you get him for me? He's short and burly and never stops talking. Just my type." Gavin bent to kiss her forehead. "Sorry it took so long. I wasn't expecting anyone. It took me a second to realize someone was at the door. People don't stop by here." "And now you can't say that ever again." She brushed her fingers across his chest as she walked past him and into the dining room. Delilah ran a hand over the top of piano, and then, with fingers from both hands, pressed lightly into a few keys, playing a middle C chord. "Oh boy," Gavin mumbled under his breath. As predicted, piano held the notes far longer than Delilah's fingers lingered, the sound of C, E, and G in harmony filling the cavernous room. "Wow, it has good reverb, or whatever it's called on a piano," she said, starting to walk deeper into the room. "Piano is—" Gavin started and then trailed off, knowing what was coming anyway. "Is what?" But as soon as she asked, piano played another chord, C-sharp major, and then, after a pause, another, D major. Piano made its way through the majors, E-flat, E, F, F-sharp, G, A-flat, A, B-flat, and finally ended with a lingering, pointed B. Delilah, who had turned back when the notes began, stood frozen, staring down at the keys. "I don't actually play the piano. Is it expecting me to do that, too?" "It's teaching you." And on cue, piano played the C-sharp major chord again and then paused. The room cooled impatiently as Delilah's hesitation endured. Gavin could remember this exact routine over and over from when he was 6. He hadn't been allowed upstairs that night until he'd mastered every chord through the majors. "Does it know I don't play?" Gavin laughed. "I think it assumes you don't, because you didn't put the right fingers down." Delilah pressed her fingers down on the keys, her index, middle, and pinky, but no sound came out of the instrument. "Wrong fingers," Gavin offered. He wished there'd been someone there to give him that prompt. That had been the longest part of learning to play, where to put his fingers, how to move them along the scales. "Cripes, Gavin, is this like Pitfall? I have to finish this thing before I can see the rest of the house?" He stared at her, confused. "Pitfall?" She looked over her shoulder at him and grimaced. "Sorry, it's a video game. My dad has an old Atari. Turns out before he turned into a cardboard cutout dad, he was a geek." With a wry smile, Gavin stepped closer and correctly positioned her fingers. Who knew? He'd never even seen her father, but from what she'd said about him, very little, to be honest. Gavin had a hard time imagining he'd ever done anything besides silently eat dinner and watch the news. Beneath his hands, her fingers were warm and long for her height, as if she were a puppy and would soon see a growth spurt. Gavin liked all of the ways otherwise small Delilah was surprisingly big. He realized his fingers were running up and down her arm and stepped back to let her learn. "Stay close like that," she said quietly, still staring down at the keys. He returned to her, aligning his front against her back, and she leaned her head against his chest as she let piano teach her. She laughed every now and then, made goofy sounds when she messed up, or little shouts of victory every time piano moved on to a new chord. It seemed like she was having fun, and the lights brightened and the room warmed to perfect. An oven began baking something, so the entire house smelled like warmed sugar and chocolate. Gavin kissed her hair and wondered if House had the ability to freeze time and hold this moment in reverb for an entire week. His heart seemed to grow 3 sizes too big for his body when Delilah looked over her shoulder at him, lips all ripe fruit and teasing, and her smile a little dangerous. He was pretty sure he didn't want to have sex inside House, but in the moment, he could probably be convinced. But instead of stretching and kissing him, she asked, "Do you know how to dance?" He shook his head, both relieved and disappointed. "That's okay," she said, turning in his arms. "I do."
Chapter 13. Her. Music filled the rooms, bounced off the walls, and seemed to fill every dark corner. The piano didn't stop playing for hours as Gavin spun her around the floor, his hands on her waist, his fingers pressing into the exposed skin just above her skirt. Delilah liked the way that Gavin held her almost too tightly. He was never really careful with her, not the way her family seemed to be or her friends were back at her old school, considering every word before they said it, treating one another as if they were made of blown glass. She wondered if Gavin had ever laughed this much, and she watched as he fell into one of the dining room chairs, eyes bright, cheeks flushed and rosy. His perfect bow of a mouth curved up into a mischievous smile, close enough to kiss whenever she wanted.
"You do know how to dance,"
he said, reaching up to push his mess of dark hair from his eyes. "I've never really been allowed to dance before," she said, breathless. "Not unless you count Saturday square dancing at St. Benedict's."
"You didn't have dances with other schools?"
he asked, incredulous. "Well, okay," she said after a moment. "We had a few, but the boys at St. Joseph's were even worse off than us. Imagine being 16 and the only real chance you had to interact with girls your age was supervised by a bunch of crotchety old nuns."
"Sounds like a recipe for a lot of awkward groping,"
he agreed. Gavin settled back into the chair, stretching his long legs and black Converses in front of him. A small serving tray rolled along the floor with a pitcher of lemonade and 2 glasses sitting neatly on top. The ice sloshed noisily inside as the table rolled to a stop at his side. Delilah was positive she would never get used to this. Outside, snow had begun to fall, dusting everything in white. Every once in a while, the trees would quake from the tops of the leaves to the lowest branches, shaking off any flakes that had accumulated there. Delilah laughed when she saw this, thinking of the way Nana's old shepherd would do the same thing after a bath. How could any other house ever compare? She asked innocently. Gavin opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off by a sudden and resounding clang from the piano, as if someone had brought their fist down over several keys at once. He jumped as the hinged lids slammed shut over the keys, the force so great it vibrated the strings inside. Delilah blinked into the ringing silence, her eyes darting between Gavin and the piano.
"I guess it was tired of playing,"
he said. He crossed the room and took her hand, lacing his fingers with hers.
"Piano has always been a bit temperamental."
"I didn't mean," she began, but he quickly cut her off with 2 fingers pressed to her lips.
"This is better anyway,"
he said with a shrug, pulling her forward and stopping only when his body was pressed all along hers.
"I've been dying to kiss you."
Sunday was long and boring and seemed to stretch on forever. Gavin had to work, and Delilah did her best to stay busy, but her house felt too small, her parents too everywhere. She watched TV and cleaned her room. She arranged all her books by size, then again by color, finally deciding to arrange them by the number and manner of deaths that occurred in each one. By late afternoon, she was going crazy. She wanted to see him again, wanted to watch him smile in that way that made her stomach do strange things, wanted to run her hands through his wild hair and kiss him again until he looked at her in that savage way that felt positively obscene. Delilah didn't normally text Gavin. Her thoughts with him were usually too complicated to be contained in a few lines of text. There was also the matter of wanting to hear him speak, in that slow, unhurried way that he had. Gavin didn't say much, but he rarely seemed to filter the content in person, and Delilah was greedy for his words, preferring the sound of his voice to his stilted, monosyllabic, typical boy text response. But desperate times called for desperate measures. "Are you home yet?" Thankfully, his response came only a few moments later.
"Have to stay late."
"How late is late?"
"An hour or 2.
Delilah considered this. She craved his company, but she had to admit she also craved the way she felt like she left this world and walked straight into another one when she went to his house. "Would it be okay if I went over? I could wait for you." She held her breath while she waited for Gavin's reply, the longest minute of her life so far. Uncertainty crawled under her skin as she wondered if her request was strange or inappropriate. She liked the idea of being alone inside the house for a little while. She liked the idea of experiencing what Gavin had all these years.
"You sure?"
She smiled as she typed, "Definitely." Delilah waited until her parents went out for the night. She watched as her mother quietly got ready, applying her practically non-existent makeup and just a spritz of Jean Naté. Not too much, she'd always said. Her father puttered around the house, straightening things that didn't need to be straightened while the evening news droned on in the background. So boring, she thought. So completely different from where I want to be. Delilah followed them to the front door and waved as they backed out of the driveway, noting the way neither one looked up at her as they drove away. As soon as their blue sedan turned the corner, Delilah was off like a flash, grabbing the spare keys from the hook in the laundry room and sprinting out into the fading daylight. With her father's car parked safely on the street, Delilah approached the gate. Nothing looked different in the muted dusk light. The house was still a strange collage of colors and sizes, half the yard just as green as the other half was dead. The walkway leading to the front porch was as unusual as the building it belonged to. A winding path of earth-toned pavers, a sprinkling of colored glass and assorted bottle caps thrown in for good measure. Above the house, pink and purple clouds hung like cotton candy. This time as she approached, Delilah noticed shutters on the outside of the windows. No one had those anymore. They had fancy plantation shutters on the inside, with thick slats painted white or made of polished wood. These were weathered and thin, cracked in places and polished in others, as if the job of tending to them fell to 100 different people, each assigned to a single strip of wood. The only time Delilah preyed on instinct was just before she got back exam results. But this day she found herself murmuring a prayer as she moved down the path to the house. From this vantage, at the foot of the stairs, she felt like she was about to walk into another world. For a brief pulse, she wondered if she would ever come out again, or whether she would ever want to. Delilah gripped the rail and climbed the steps, pushing down the tickle of unease that flared behind her ribs. It was one thing to want to be here with Gavin, to remember the way the euphoric magic of the house seemed to seep into her skin. But it was another thing entirely to be here with the night approaching, without him, knowing the house could feel exactly how close she was. Outside, everything was quiet. Unreasonably quiet, she noticed. And with her toes only inches from the front mat, she turned. Though winter seemed suspended in the yard and the trees were lush with leaves and more flowers than she could ever remember seeing in one place before, there were no birds. No bees darted from one blossom to the next. No spider webs shook in the evening breeze. In fact, beyond the wind that rustled through the branches overhead, nothing moved inside the vine-colored walls at all. She reasoned that the yard was creatureless because it was winter, and not because organic life had opted to stay away from the house. Delilah reached for the brass knob, surprised when it turned and the door swung open easily. To look around now, one could almost call the house cozy. Washed in the golden glow of the final throes of sunset, everything looked rosy and warm, but no fire crackled in the fireplace, and a glance at the floor revealed shadows stretching along the carpet, playfully nipping at her heels. Delilah's gaze skirted over to the silent piano, and she wondered if Gavin was right, and it had simply been tired of playing, or if it had stopped because of what she'd said. She certainly hoped not. But just in case, she whispered, "Sorry about what I said. If I were him, I'd never want to leave." A hollow silence rang through the room. Not willing to stand around in the dark, Delilah crossed the carpet to where a tall lamp stood near the entryway. She reached out, flipping the switch that would turn it on, but nothing happened. She pulled again, peering up under the wide shade, even tightening the bulb to make sure it was secure. Still nothing. Delilah bent the knee, feeling around for the cord. When she found none, she crossed to the television, kneeling to find where it plugged into the wall. No cord, no outlet to plug it into. Her eyes moved around the room. No light switches either. Delilah pulled her phone from her pocket, swiping along the screen to wake it up. She turned it outward, where it cast a small puddle of light in front of her, but not enough for her to see more than a few feet radius around where she stood. She felt the dull thump of her heartbeat as her pulse picked up, and with it came the comforting rush of adrenaline, that feeling she loved from slasher flicks, from gory art. This was her element, the creepy, the unknown. It's why she wanted to come over in the first place. "Calm down, Delilah," she told herself, trying out a laugh that came out breathless and a little tight. Her footsteps sounded unreasonably loud in the silent house. The soft soles of her shoes against wood were like a siren announcing her presence. All around her, the house remained eerily still. Delilah noted that if this were one of the movies she watched late at night while her parents slept, now would be the precise moment when the killer would jump out at the unsuspecting victim, slashing them to pieces. She couldn't help but glance over her shoulder, half expecting to find someone there. Delilah had always believed she was more clever than the average girl, but in that moment, with so much space between herself and the front door, she wasn't so sure. Why was the house so still? Was it nervous? Was it confused? Or was it somehow lying in wait? Delilah texted Gavin again. "I'm here. The house is so quiet. Are you sure this is okay? It doesn't mind?" Her phone buzzed only seconds later with his reply, "Of course I'm sure." "It's really dark," she told him, wincing in apology as she hit send. She didn't want to come off as nervous or needy, but the lack of lights coming on in the house and the lack of a fire blooming to life in the fireplace was starting to feel a little odd.
"Really?"
he replied, and then immediately after added,
"I've never needed a flashlight before, but I know there are candles in my nightstand."
At the top of the stairs, a hallway stretched long and shadowed in front of her. Framed photographs of a smiling Gavin, spanning from Toothless to the tall, lanky boy she knew today, covered the walls. She paused at a particularly large grouping of frames. In the first, Gavin stood alone with a much simpler version of the house looming behind him. In the second, both Gavin and the house had changed considerably. Both had grown taller, and certain features had become more clearly defined while others had softened. And it continued. Each photo depicted a progressively older boy standing in front of a much larger and more complicated house. Delilah realized she was standing in front of what could only be considered a series of family portraits. Against the same wall stood a long, narrow table, a simple bowl of red apples she recognized from the tree out back resting on top. Delilah took a step back, her eyes following the ornate legs to where they ended, carved into what looked like the paws of some wild jungle animal, long claws digging into the wood floor. She wasn't sure why this particular detail stood out to her as strange, surrounded as she was by a house that lived and breathed and had raised a 17-year-old boy, but it sent a chill through her anyway. She continued on and passed several rooms, doors ajar and filled with the same fading light as the rest of the house. Delilah hadn't paid much attention to them before. With Gavin nearby, it was hard to concentrate on much else, but now each one seemed to call to her, as if every corner held some new and deliciously dark secret. Delilah cast the light of her phone into the first doorway. It seemed ordinary enough. A large bed draped in fluffy white down, a nightstand, a rocker flanked by gleaming windows. The next held a set of twin beds, identical quilts covering each one. The wallpaper changed abruptly just before the third room, where a sea of hunter green abutted a yellow wall of dandelions. She stopped in the doorway of a nursery, the space practically bulging with sloppily packed boxes, various toys spilling from beneath the cardboard flaps. Delilah remembered Gavin saying that the house provided whatever was needed, and she couldn't help wonder who all this was for. Gavin? Someone before him? Someone after? The sun had all but gone, and the room swam with strange shadows. A doll peered at her from the top of the bookcase, its head lolling to the side, glass eyes dull and, thankfully, lifeless. She moved down the hall, stopping short at a creak just behind her. She stood still, breath locked in her throat, the hair on the back of her neck standing up straight. Delilah had always been the kind of girl who let her imagination run wild, and though she was certain that was the case now, it did nothing to stop the pounding of her heart inside her chest. Get a grip, she told herself, certain she would turn and find nothing but an empty hall, nothing more than stairs and darkness behind her. Her brain buzzed with the memory of Gavin telling her that she was safe here, that the house would never hurt anything he cared about. She did her best to remember those words now, as the floorboards creaked again and an almost imperceptible growl sounded behind her. With a deep breath, she gathered her courage, spinning so quickly her skirt twisted around her legs. She blinked, searching up and down the empty hallway, shining her pathetic excuse for a light into each of the empty rooms. Nothing. Delilah narrowed her eyes, taking a shaky step forward, then another. She was almost certain the table had been much farther away. This was the same house in which she danced and laughed with Gavin only yesterday, she reasoned, walking into his bedroom and closing the door behind her. This was the house she wanted to know, to trust, whose world she wanted to join. Still, on instinct, she moved to set the lock, but of course there wasn't one. Gavin's room overlooked the backyard, far from the only lamppost on the opposite end of the street, so it seemed darker than any of the other rooms. Delilah directed her light in front of her, following the white-blue glow to Gavin's nightstand. She found the candles right where he said they'd be, tucked near the back of the drawer, a yellow disposable lighter beneath. Needing both hands, Delilah reluctantly set down her phone, saying yet another prayer as the lighter sparked in the darkness. It took 2 tries, but the wick eventually caught flame, the room gradually lightening as it grew. As she placed the candle on the table, a sketchbook caught her eye. She picked it up and settled herself back against Gavin's pillows, opening it carefully across her lap. The book was heavy and well used, the pages swollen with ink and charcoal. The leather creaked in the silence, long spine, brittle with age and years of use. The first page held a bird drawn so realistically that Delilah couldn't help but run a finger along the wing, half expecting to feel the downy softness of feathers. There were a few drawings of her, under the tree at school, at the movie theater with Davel, listening to Mr. Harrington in English. She felt a wild, possessive rush at the thought of Gavin sitting on his bed at night, drawing her. The book was nearly full, and Delilah continued to flip through the pages, her eyes growing heavier with each passing minute. Despite her earlier unease, there was something comforting about being in Gavin's room, on his bed and surrounded by his things. His smell was everywhere. The room was warm and a little humid, and it was easy enough to close her eyes and pretend that he was there now. She fell asleep almost peacefully, slipping into the softness of flannel and down, feeling as if the blankets were arms wrapping themselves around her. And maybe they are, she thought, just as everything went dark. Something was wrong. Delilah opened her eyes with a start, wondering what woke her up in the first place. She blinked into the darkness, her eyes slowly focusing on the bleary shapes surrounding her, on the flickering candle next to the bed. She shifted slightly, meaning to disentangle herself from the blankets now twisted around her legs and across her torso, when a sound came from somewhere in the dark recesses of the house. It started out small, nothing more than a single muted thump, and was easy enough to ignore. Delilah closed her eyes and settled back in, waiting for sleep to reclaim her. But it happened again, and again, growing louder and more insistent, like a heartbeat. Gavin? Delilah waited, head still fuzzy with sleep, straining to hear any movement, wondering if perhaps Gavin had returned home while she slept. A shiver moved up Delilah's spine as she continued to listen, her eyes wide and trained, unblinking on the shadows around the large bed. She thought about the claw-footed table in the hall, the curtains that had closed so forcefully the first time she'd come to the house. She wondered what other kinds of things existed here, and what exactly happened inside these walls while Gavin was away. The rational side of Delilah's brain chastised her, reminding her that she had a tendency toward the dramatic and insisting that if she intended to be a part of Gavin's life, she would need to learn to deal with things and not let her imagination run wild at every creaking floorboard or bump in the walls. The house was alive, after all. It was only natural that there would be the occasional sound or two. Delilah peered through the dark and up to the fluffy clouds painted onto the blue ceiling. They floated peacefully across the plaster sky, and she tried to relax, to block out the steady thumping that continued from somewhere below. The moon rose above the large tree just outside Gavin's window, its light breaking through the narrow gap in the curtains to stretch across the floor. The clouds were easier to make out now, the shapes mimicking small objects tucked into the fairy tale sky, a teddy bear, a sailboat bobbing along the choppy waves. But with the added light came the realization that something had changed. The blue sky had turned stormy and dark, and menacing clouds began to roll across an increasingly turbulent sea. Delilah shrank down into the blankets as she watched the scene above her, how the storm seemed to swallow up the imaginary sailboat, along with whatever calm she had managed to regain. Sweat made her clothes cling to her skin as her gaze traveled down the walls, over paintings and drawings that seemed to stop moving as soon as she looked at them. Though Delilah could only imagine having slept for a few short minutes, the candle had practically burned itself out. It had been yellow, she was sure of it, but now the blood-red wax slid down over the candle holder in smooth rivulets. The flame had dimmed, flickering slowly in the still air, and out of the corner of her eye, she could see something moving along the wall. Delilah strained to make out the shape. The faint pattern inside the wallpaper seemed to stir, the edges becoming blurry before sharpening again. She blinked several times, certain she had to be seeing something that wasn't there. The pattern looked like spiders, only a few at first, but then more and more, so many that the walls seemed to undulate with them. Their legs were thick, covered in coarse hairs, and their bodies were so plump and round that it turned her stomach with an instinctive panic. "It's not real," she whispered, closing her eyes tight and hoping she could wake from whatever nightmare she was having. A flash tore through the room and Delilah gasped, blinking up to where lightning streaked across the ceiling. "It's not real." Delilah's heart raced, the sound of her own pulse roaring in her ears. She tried to push up from the bed, but her limbs seemed locked in place, her mind unable to fire the impulse needed to move. Spindly legs carried hundreds of black bodies skittering across the wall, so many that she could hear them, They moved in waves, scattering this way and that, finally arranging themselves into what appeared to be words. But he's ours. The words formed as if they had been pushed from the wall before seeming to dissolve back into it again. Delilah was frozen, a scream caught in her throat. The blankets constricted around her, pinning her down, trapping her arms at her sides. The bed vibrated and she tried to peer over the edge to see anything. The footboard began to tremble. The sound of groaning metals screeched all around her. For an instant, the candle seemed to burn brighter, the flame and her own terrified expression reflected in the brass rails near her feet. Delilah watched in horror as they grew right in front of her, elongating, the ends sharpening like spikes as they reached toward the ceiling. She began to thrash about, trying to break free, the binds beginning to cut into her skin, and all the while, above the sound of scurrying spiders and the deafening scream of metal, was the thump from downstairs, the recurring beat of a racing heart. Delilah began to cry, hot tears streaking down her face. A scream tore from her, piercing the darkness just as everything grew silent. Her arms and legs suddenly freed, Delilah scrambled backward, pulling her knees to her chest. The lights seemed to all come on at once, and the sound of a door opening and slamming shut again rang throughout the house. Gavin. Delilah blinked into the sudden brightness, quickly scrubbing the tears from her cheeks just as her name was called from downstairs. Her eyes flew to the ceiling, where fluffy clouds now floated across the most serene blue sky Delilah could ever remember seeing. There were no spiders, nothing more than gray-blue paper covering the walls. The bed looked perfectly ordinary, too. Brass rails with a soft quilt tossed haphazardly across, not a single fingerprint to mar the pristine finish. Her head hurt.
"Delilah?"
Gavin called again, followed by the sound of his feet as he ran up the stairs. "I'm in here," she said, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice.
"There you are,"
he began, his face falling as he took in her expression. Judging by the panic that quickly overtook his features and the way he raced across the room to sit at her side, she must have looked much less calm than she'd sounded.
"What happened?"
Delilah gripped his hand, cool and steady in hers. "Nothing," she insisted, feeling herself calm as she realized she must have dreamed it all. "I fell asleep."
"Nightmare?"
he asked, smoothing her hair. "Just a dream. I'm okay, I promise." Gavin seemed to relax, bending to slide his lips carefully over hers.
"Must have been pretty bad,"
he said, meeting her eyes. Delilah shook her head and wrapped her arms around his waist. Gavin's heart beat strong and steady beneath her ear, chillingly similar to the sound that had woken her in the first place. "Just a dream," she repeated, closing her eyes, trying to convince herself, too. Chapter 14. Her. Delilah didn't sleep much that night, afraid to close her eyes and find herself in the same nightmare. She'd had nightmares before, but this one was different. It felt real. So real. She was crabby at breakfast, earning a reproachful look from both of her parents. She spilled milk as she poured it into her hot cereal, stubbed her toe on the table leg, and got caught rolling her eyes when her mother began discussing the long hair on the new male bagger down at the grocery store. "Mom, his long hair doesn't make him a criminal." Belinda Blue snorted, pulling her tea bag from her cup after a single weak dunk. "I want this town to be what it used to be. Quiet, clean, and safe." It was Delilah's turn to snort. "It is those things, Mom. A hippie bagger doesn't change that. Maybe it's good that we have someone here now who's from Portland, Oregon. Maybe it will open our eyes a little." Her mother paused, planting a fist on her hip. "What do you want, Delilah? You want life to always be one adventure after another? Why can't you be happy here? Why do you always need adrenaline and wildness and things you can't predict?" Delilah felt her smile straighten. So this was how her mother saw her. Reckless, unpredictable, and rebellious simply because she'd stood up for a boy 6 years ago and didn't mind long hair on a bagger. The impression couldn't possibly come from anything else. Her mother hardly knew her. "No, Mom. I just want life to be interesting."
"Well?"
her father mumbled from behind his paper.
Whether your life is interesting or ordinary, you still have to live it.
Delilah felt strange and bent out of shape, annoyed at her inability to shake off a silly nightmare. Because that's what it had to be, she decided, not wanting to recount the horrific images and sounds that played over and over in her head, but wanting to find some thread that didn't fit, any detail that would reassure her that nothing had really happened. Gavin's house is good, she repeated to herself while walking to school. His house is good and loves him. It would never do anything to hurt me. It's just protective, like a mama bear protecting its cub. Like any new person in his life, I have to prove myself. He was waiting for her at their tree when she turned the corner, a sketchbook open in his lap, head down, fingers smudging some part of his drawing. It was the same book Delilah had been looking at before she'd fallen asleep. She had to push down a visible shutter. She crossed the grass toward him, the thin layer of icy snow crunching beneath the soles of her boots. He looked up, nose and cheeks pink from the cold, and smiled at her.
"Hey,"
he said simply, pushing himself to his feet. Delilah smiled back at him, reaching out to take his hand, warm and wrapped in thick brown gloves.
"Sleep okay?"
he asked, a trace of worry in his voice. Delilah shrugged, noncommittal, and they moved hand in hand toward the school. "What were you drawing?" she asked, nodding to the notebook he'd tucked under his other arm.
"Oh,"
he said, taking it out and opening it to a page near the back.
"It's a weird one."
Delilah looked down at the familiar ivory paper, at the smudgy fingerprints along the edges. She felt her face grow pale, counted out the time in her heartbeat. Gavin had been sketching a spider, the same spiders from her dream. "What is that?" she asked, feeling her heart make its way to her throat. Running a hand through his hair, Gavin peered down at it.
"I don't know, really. Just popped in my head, I guess. Like I said, weird."
Delilah closed the book and took his hand again. "Come on, we'll be late." Delilah's headache still lingered from that morning. She could feel Gavin watching her all through class, his gaze heated and pressing against her skin. For once, she was grateful for the long lecture that day, boring as it was, because it gave her the perfect excuse to stay quiet, to try to sort out the tornado of questions in her head. She tried to work out how Gavin could have known about the spiders, right down to the thick, hairy legs, the stripe of red along their round, brown backs. She ran her fingers over the insides of her wrists, looking for marks like the ones she'd felt cut into her by the blankets, but found nothing but the faint blue streak of veins beneath her skin. Intellectually, she knew it was just a coincidence, but why did it feel so strange? For a brief, terrifying moment, she wondered if the house could have seen her dream, but pushed it away just as quickly, realizing how insane that sounded. Delilah looked down to where a crumpled piece of paper had been tossed to her desk. She pulled it into her lap, glancing up to the teacher before opening it. "Are you okay?" A quick glance over her shoulder, and her eyes were met by Gavin's. He nodded toward the note, motioning for her to answer it. "Just tired. Didn't sleep much." Mr. Harrington turned his back to the class as he began writing that night's homework on the board, and she slid the note back to Gavin. She didn't have long to wait. The note, paper creased and folded haphazardly, landed in front of her again. "Come over after school. I want to draw you." She nearly choked on her gum. Draw her? A quick glance over her shoulder, and she was met with Gavin's eyes, dark and serious. He motioned to the paper again. Delilah bent down over her desk, face hot, the dream conveniently pushed to the back of her mind and obscured by a rush of heat. Gavin wanted to sketch her, like a real artist. The idea unleashed a cloud of butterflies in her stomach. She swallowed, picking up her pencil with shaky hands, and wrote a single word. "Okay. It was just a dream after all." The walk back to Gavin's house seemed longer than usual. Gavin held her hand the whole way, his little finger drawing the simplest yet most distracting circles against her palm. "I'm home," Gavin called out as he stepped into the house, and when she followed him inside the door, Delilah pulled up short. She felt as if the day before must have changed something in her. She was almost positive she'd never stepped foot in this house before. The late winter sun streamed in through the curtains just the same as it had before, and the trees gleamed emerald and green from the backyard. The fire stoked itself and burned brighter for Gavin, the room warming all around them. But the human eye is amazing at finding straight lines, and Delilah could tell at once that every angle was slightly skewed. Some were soft and sloped, others rigid but oblique. Nothing came together at right angles or with any standard metric. Doors tilted slightly or had one square corner, one rounded, much as Delilah knew her left foot had always been slightly longer than her right. It was as if, before, the house had stood straight, paying attention, on its best behavior. Here she saw it as it was, an aberration, come together all wrong, with walls pushed together in wavy lines here, in sharp edges there. The thunk of Gavin's backpack hitting the floor pulled Delilah out of her thoughts, and she blinked hard, looking away from the crooked walls and up at Gavin's relaxed smile. Behind him, the stems of a plant hanging near the front door began to sway gently, its leaves turning upward, leaning toward him. "It's happy to see you," Delilah noted flatly, handing her jacket to Gavin with slightly shaking hands. She'd made the observation before, but somehow, this time, the house's reactions to Gavin felt syrupy and, Delilah hated to admit it, pointed, as if it were reminding her what it had said the night before. "But he's ours." He looked around for a moment and shrugged. "Yeah." They walked through the living room and into the bright kitchen. Gavin reached into the refrigerator to grab a pitcher of milk, setting it down next to a plate of cookies on the table. The chair next to Delilah slid back, its feet barely making a sound against the wood floor. She sat down gingerly, almost as if she expected it to be pulled from beneath her at any moment. "So this is just waiting for you every day?" she asked. Gavin poured milk into the 2 waiting glasses. "Pretty much. Or a sandwich." Delilah took a cookie, finding it still warm. "Crazy," she said. Gavin laughed and took the seat next to her, tossing an entire cookie into his mouth, saying, "I guess so," around it. "And it's just always been that way?" "For as long as I can remember, yeah." Gavin stood and they made their way into the dining room where he pulled a pad of paper from a stack near the door. "I think I'll draw you in here, by piano," he said, more to himself than to anyone else. "This room has the best light." Delilah had to focus on not becoming distracted by the sight of him with his sketchbook, the way his fingers looked with the dark piece of charcoal clenched between them. He sat down next to her again and flipped to a blank page. "Look at me," he said, voice quiet and a little scratchy, sounding like his short fingernails might feel if he dragged them slowly down her bare back. Blinking up to his face, Delilah felt her heart squeeze, ringing tightly. "You're so pretty," he said to her mouth, and then he looked down, starting his drawing with the simple bow of her bottom lip. Her "thanks" came out tight and nearly silent. "Wonder how I got such a pretty girlfriend," he muttered, looking up to steady her again before starting to draw the heart-shaped outline of her face. The room cooled in a silent rush, but Gavin didn't seem to notice, and Delilah had to wonder whether it was her imagination. "Stop it," she told herself. "Don't be a baby. I know you had a friend over that one time when we were 11, just before I was sent away, but how many people have you had over here your whole life?" she asked, looking out the kitchen window. She felt like the trees were all leaning in close to get a look inside. Purple figs and red cherries blocked the late afternoon sun. Gavin shrugged, scratching his cheek with a charcoal-covered fingertip. It left a soft bruise of black on his skin, and Delilah reached forward, wiping it away just as he said, "Maybe 2 other people." And was it weird? She could see how it would be weird now. She could barely see how it would feel normal. For a tight pulse, Delilah wanted the delirious, giddy thrill to return. She wanted to be enamored with the house again. But Gavin didn't answer aloud. He just nodded, lost in drawing the determined point of her chin. "And you're never lonely?" This time she knew it wasn't her imagination when the room grew cold. Even Gavin looked up at the ceiling, at the walls, saying with quiet emphasis, "Sometimes for people, but not for company." The room warmed again, but it was as if her brain were on a roll and her mouth couldn't slow down the momentum. So what does happen when you leave? Gavin stopped with a cookie perched at the edge of his mouth. "Leave?" She nodded, wary of the way the walls seemed to be slowly pressing in. But it was as if she'd loosened a boulder and no longer had control over the course it would take crashing down the hill. She felt a little reckless, a little angry. Maybe her mother was right after all.
"What do you mean?"
he asked, his eyes widening slightly as if to warn her. "Well, this is our last year of high school," she said. Delilah blinked up to the window and swallowed, gathering courage to finish her thought. There was some tightness inside her, an itch to make the point, maybe to provoke and see if she really was imagining things. Even though the itch was chased with an uneasy chill, she couldn't help herself. What happens next year? Where will you live when you're at college or when you get married or whatever? This time, the room cooled so quickly her breath puffed out like a cloud of smoke in front of her. Gavin's brows drew together, and he looked up toward the ceiling again, his eyes narrowing at the chandelier that had started to sway above their heads. Abruptly, a great crack sounded through the entire house, and the walls of the kitchen began to pulse and throb, the house shaking so violently that Delilah braced a hand over each of her ears to muffle the sound. "What's happening?" she shouted, looking around wildly.
I'm not sure."
Gavin stood from his chair and it toppled over behind him.
"Stop it," he yelled. "She didn't mean anything."
Delilah pushed herself from the table and began walking backward. "Gavin? What's going on?" His eyes were wide and dark, his pupils so large they eclipsed the slightly lighter brown of his irises.
"I think you better go,"
he shouted above the noise.
"It's just upset. I need to talk to it."
The rug rolled beneath her feet, causing her to stumble, and she gripped the edge of the piano for balance. It shook her off, but Delilah managed to right herself again. The ceiling began to heave, and Delilah didn't need to be told twice. She ran instinctively for the door. The handle wouldn't turn under her wildly shaking hand, and she stood there, madly rattling the knob until Gavin's hand wrapped around hers, gently prying it away. He opened it easily enough, and with his house rocking all around him, Delilah raced out the door. She didn't stop running until she was almost home, until the sun had fallen behind the houses and the light posts had flickered to life up and down the empty street. She pressed her back against the trunk of a large tree and looked back the way she'd come. The sidewalk behind her was empty, but it didn't feel abandoned. The street had an eerie feeling of fullness, as if the awareness of the house had somehow followed her all the way here. Delilah closed her eyes and tried to still her shaking hands. Her lungs burned with each gulp of icy air. Her heart was pounding. Her breath pushed from her chest in heavy gasps. Gavin hadn't followed her. She began to pace up and down the sidewalk, occasionally glancing back in the direction of his house. Where was he? Why hadn't he followed her? Wasn't he scared? Wasn't he worried? Hadn't he seen the way the walls had bowed and shook like someone taking a deep breath before bellowing out in rage? She wondered briefly if she should go back for him, but her feet felt planted to the spot like they were encased in cement. She didn't want to go back, but she couldn't leave him there either. She'd left her coat at Gavin's house, but had luckily kept her phone with her. She heard Gavin's familiar text tone from the front pocket of her skirt and fumbled to reach it. Her fingers were cold and numb, and she almost dropped it twice in her haste to read his message.
"I'm okay, but it won't let me out. I promise I'll see you tomorrow. House is just upset, and I need to calm it down. I'm sorry."
Delilah wasn't sure what to do. Did she leave him there to fend for himself? Should she call someone? Who would she tell? Her parents? The police? As if he could read her mind, a second message appeared on the screen.
"Don't worry about me, Delilah. House loves me. I'm safe."
Chapter 15. Him. Gavin wondered how long it would take for Delilah to find him. He knew she was probably confused, or worried, or maybe even a little mad, having not found him waiting at their usual spot before school. In truth, he felt like a bit of a criminal as he'd slipped out the front door, the sky still dark and the school hall still empty, early enough that he could escape into a windowless practice room unnoticed. The music buildings were essentially a row of temporary trailers lifted from the ground by ugly blocks of cement and connected to an unreliable, rickety generator. The district had always intended to build a more permanent arts building, or so they said. But Gavin liked the hollow sound of his footsteps as he walked up the ramp to the doors, and the way the quiet seemed to seal him in when he closed the aluminum door. For the past 3.5 years, the practice rooms had provided an odd sort of sanctuary, soundproofed and separated from the main buildings of the school by a long stretch of grass used for phys ed classes. It was where Gavin would go when he was mad at House for one reason or another, when he'd broken up with a girl or she'd broken up with him, or when he simply found people and their general assholery too much to bear and needed to really feel alone. Even now, when he was starting to suspect he wasn't ever really by himself, it was quiet enough inside the practice rooms to feel as if he were. It wasn't that he was avoiding Delilah exactly, more that he wasn't sure what to say. He didn't know what had happened yesterday. He was still reeling himself and couldn't quite get past the look of terror on her face, the way she'd been so scared she couldn't even turn the doorknob to get out. Gavin wanted to apologize, and he wanted to explain. The problem was, he had no idea what to say. It was only a matter of time before Delilah realized he wasn't coming to class and would slip out, determined to find him, which wasn't a bad thing, really. Gavin couldn't think of much he'd enjoy more than getting a few moments alone with her, but he was no closer to an answer now than he'd been last night. Had House ever reacted that way before? Gavin tried to think back but couldn't recall anything. Neighbors had always steered clear of House. Trick-or-treaters walked straight past its gate. Door-to-door salespeople might stand on the sidewalk outside, narrowing their eyes as they peered up through the wrought iron bars and tangle of vines, but they never came any closer. The only people who came to the door were delivery men bringing packages, the occasional doctor making a house call, Dave with his grocery delivery, and now Delilah. Gavin's friends were the kind he would talk to in class occasionally or stand near during PE. He didn't have any who would think to come over after school or on the weekend. He didn't have relatives to speak of. It had only been him and House for most of his life. It had never seemed strange until now. He'd never imagined when or where he would move someday. At nearly 18, he barely thought beyond the next week. But he also never believed House expected him to live there forever, alone. After last night, he wasn't so sure. Gavin didn't know much about religion. It seemed a thing people pulled out when they needed and disregarded when it suited their purpose. But he remembered finding an old Bible wedged under a loose board in his bathroom. A marble had fallen to the floor and rolled beneath the wooden armoire before he could reach it. It was his favorite, an ox blood swirl, and so he'd crawled over to get it, cheek pressed to the cool wood and arms stretched into the dusty shadows. His fingers had stumbled along the groove where 2 planks had lifted, and he'd felt the worn leather and embossed pages. He'd marveled over his secret find, somehow knowing he wasn't supposed to have it. The paper was so thin, like flower petals, and he wondered how something could seem so sturdy and also so delicate. Over the years, he'd read a few passages at a time, alone, sitting on the edge of the tub. I am my beloved's, and my beloved is mine. Song of Solomon, 6:31. Few passages had stuck with him, but that one had. He had likened it to how House felt about him and how he felt about it in return. They belonged to each other. And so Gavin had sensed the change, the slight shift in the air, long before Delilah had, and had known that something bad was about to happen. He'd felt it in the pit of his stomach, in the way the hairs on the back of his neck had prickled and risen along his skin. Fear inched up his spine, not for himself, but for Delilah. For a flash, he'd been afraid for her, and now he had to face her, wanted to see her, but how could he explain something he didn't quite understand himself? Now, hunched over the piano in the music room, he pressed a few keys before erasing a series of notes on the sheet music in front of him. Penciling in a few more, he tried the combination again. It wasn't exactly what he heard in his mind's ear, but he was satisfied he was on the right track. Gavin had always had a knack for the arts, and his hobbies, music and sketching, filled most of his free time. Though he had a perfectly good instrument at home, he preferred the quiet solitude of the soundproof room when composing to sitting with piano, who seemed to anticipate his moods and know what he was going to play before even he did. Gavin's hands stilled at the sound of the door opening and closing behind him. Footsteps moved across the carpet and stopped a few feet away. He glanced over his shoulders, meeting Delilah's eyes. He'd known that she would be worried about him, but he was unprepared for the wave of guilt as he took in her appearance. She looked tired. Her eyes were heavy, smudged with dark circles beneath. Left out of its usual braid, her light brown hair hung in thick waves that framed her face. His fingers itched to push it back, to feel it wrapped around his fist. He wondered if she had any idea how much older she looked right now, not a teenager, but a woman with passion and fire and a protective streak that rocked him, or how much it made him want to kiss her, and more. Obviously uncomfortable under his gaze, Delilah gathered her hair over one shoulder and began to braid it. "I was in a hurry this morning," she explained. "I like it down. You look pretty." Delilah shook her head. "I don't feel pretty," she replied. "I feel sick to my stomach." Gavin moved over on the bench and motioned for her to sit next to him. "I think it's my fault." "Maybe a little. Were you avoiding me this morning?" He considered his answer before saying it. He knew enough about girls to know they thought differently from boys, and that Delilah might read into what he said. He wasn't avoiding her exactly, just trying to gather his thoughts. "Yes," he said, before quickly adding, "and no. I wasn't sure what to say to you, how to explain what happened." "It was scary." "I know." "Did it eventually calm down?" "Yeah." What Gavin didn't say was that it had calmed down almost as soon as she'd vaulted out the front door, though it had taken hours before the strangeness had stopped entirely. The floors vibrated gently, and random doors opened and slammed themselves shut again for the rest of the night. It was like watching a parent rumble and grouse about a misbehaving teen. "It didn't mean to scare you," he explained, although the words felt a little sour on his tongue. "It's just how House gets upset." Delilah digested his answer, her eyes moving over his scribbled sheet music. He could feel the obvious question bubbling up inside her. "Has that ever happened before?" she asked. "No," he hedged, "but I've also never brought a girlfriend home before, remember?" It was such an odd feeling to be so protective of House and also of his relationship with Delilah. The warring feelings made him feel faintly nauseous. "Then how do you know why it was like that?" Gavin lifted one shoulder in a slow shrug. The casual gesture felt wrong, dishonest somehow. "I just do. House is as much of a parent as I've ever had. It got upset when you brought up the idea of me moving away. It would never hurt anyone. It's not bad, Delilah. Just afraid of you leaving," she finished for him. She said it like it was a fact, as if she'd spent some time with this particular thought before. "I suppose so. This is all new, this meeting new people. It's never had to share me before, not really. I've never brought up wanting to leave. I guess House isn't sure how to deal with it yet." Delilah ran her finger along the glossy keys, applying just enough pressure to feel the smoothness against her fingertip, not hard enough to play a note. "Don't you ever wonder what happened to your parents? It's weird, after what happened yesterday, that we never talk about why it's just you and that house." Gavin plucked at a few keys absently, the F and G in 6 slow beats, then the E and G. The subject just sort of made him tired. Delilah couldn't know how many hours, how many days or weeks or even months of his life he'd spent thinking about parents, about a mother to wrap her arms around him when he was sick, or a father to help him build his airplanes, play music, just talk to. "I used to think of them all the time. I went through an obsessive find-everything stage when I was about 7, but I only have one picture. She had brown hair. That's literally the extent of my knowledge." Delilah slid her hand over his knee and midway up his thigh. "Maybe you look like her." It was only the solid weight of Delilah's hand on his leg that anchored Gavin to the room and kept him from slipping into that place he rarely let himself go, where he really thought, about his mom. Gavin did have her hair. He had her pale skin and wide, dark eyes. He had the same nose he'd seen mirrored in a faded and crumpled photograph. She had a heart-shaped face, he remembered that much, and a guarded, wary smile. Gavin thought he shared that with her, too. "I found a picture in the bathroom a few years ago," he said. "The wood in there swells sometimes from the humidity, and I pulled out one of the drawers that had been getting stuck. The photo was taped to the bottom." Delilah didn't comment on how odd it was to find a photograph purposely affixed that way, like someone had deliberately hidden it. I thought Gavin had had enough times for the both of them. Instead asking, "But how did you know it was her?" "There was a baby carriage in the background," he explained. "This rickety old thing that had to have come from an antique store or a flea market or something. I think she was, well, from the picture I've seen, a little strange, eccentric maybe. She had this long wavy hair and wore all these drapey things. She was beautiful, but sort of a hippie or something. Anyway, the stroller, it had these things hanging from the hood, an arrowhead, a feather, a wooden bear, some coins, and a few things I couldn't make out. I recognized some of them. I've had the arrowhead as long as I can remember. I'm pretty sure the carriage was mine." Gavin wondered if Delilah would think this was too little to draw a conclusion from, but she was already bursting with more questions. Turning to face him, Delilah bent her leg and brought it up to rest on the bench between them, her knee pressed into his hip. And in what seemed like a completely natural move, she reached for his hand, holding it in both of her own. "Have you ever asked anyone about your parents?" "I don't honestly know where to start without making people realize that I'm alone there," he said, and then swallowed heavily. "I'm cared for. I'm loved. If social services or whoever knew that I didn't have parents, they'd take me away. They'd put me in foster care and take House apart. When I was old enough to realize that, I knew enough to know how bad it could be." "So where did she go?" she said to herself, looking down at his fingers. "That's what we have to figure out." This is where Gavin usually stopped thinking. It was just too much to imagine she had been in an accident, leaving House to care for him, or worse, that she'd purposely left him there alone. But in true Delilah fashion, she would not be deterred. "There has to be an explanation we can find without letting people know you've been alone." She rubbed his middle finger with the tip of her thumb. "A way to keep you both safe." This close, it was impossible to miss the way her eyelashes looked resting against her cheeks when she blinked, or how her forehead furrowed in concentration. She twisted her fingers with his, examining them one by one. His hand looked positively massive next to hers, giant palms with long, spindly fingers smudged with ink. His mind had started to bend away from the topic, and he was just starting to imagine how his large hands would look on parts of her body he hadn't seen before, when she spoke, snapping his attention back to her. "You don't think," she began, then paused, chewing on her bottom lip. The parts of Gavin that were distinctly boy took notice. He even licked his own lips in response. "You don't think the house had anything to do with—" Ice filled Gavin's veins, and he leaned forward, placing his fingers over Delilah's mouth to silence her. "Don't say that," he whispered, eyes darting around the room. Even the idea of House doing something malignant made his stomach do a hideous flip. To imagine House hearing them talk about it like that made him dizzy. Had he just felt a shuffle from under the floor? A slither? The part of Gavin that had grown paranoid in the past 24 hours felt certain that something had moved, stretched, or uncoiled beneath his shoes. Carpet-covered aluminum rested on cement covered dirt, and inside that dirt were rocks and bugs, the roots of trees. He froze, meeting Delilah's startled gaze. "What is it?" she mumbled behind his fingertips, but he could only shake his head. Sweat pricked at the back of his neck, and Gavin closed his eyes, counting to 10 before he stood and walked to the door, opening it just enough to peek out at the rows of trees that lined the sidewalk clear to Mulberry Street. To his neighborhood. Closing the door, he said, "She left me, Delilah. She left, and House didn't. That's all I know." The walls had ears. The sky had eyes. And Gavin wondered if there were answers somewhere to questions he'd never thought to ask, and where he would need to look to find them. Gavin wasn't sure if he was going crazy. How was it possible to feel so warm and secure one day and so paranoid the next? House hadn't changed. He had. He'd become suspicious and untrusting, and as he made his way around the corner across from home, he felt a wave of guilt. House had protected him through winter storms and lonely days. It had fed him and clothed him and been everything he'd always needed it to be. Until Delilah. He wondered if this was what every parent and child went through. Growing pains, he reasoned. That was all this was. Despite what House wanted, Gavin wasn't a little boy anymore, content with model planes and boxes of Legos. Things were changing, and they would just both have to adjust. The gate creaked open, and the air seemed to warm around him. Vines unfurled and gripped his t-shirt as he passed. Front door opened as soon as he started his way up the walk. Smoke puffed from chimney in black, sooty spirals, the clouds heavier and more persistent the closer to House he got. It reminded him of a dog who'd just heard their owner's keys jiggle in the lock, and he could almost imagine a tail sprouting out of the back door, wagging wildly. His steps sounded on the porch, and he walked inside, the scent of warm cookies filling the air. "I'm home," he said, just like he did every day. The furniture seemed to angle itself toward him. Everything seemed to be listening. But for what? Everything was the same, and yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The house was waiting. "Thanks for the cookies," he said, crossing the gleaming floor and reaching for a plate already piled with fresh-from-the-oven chocolate chip cookies, his favorite. House wouldn't have made cookies if it had heard Gavin talking about his mother. Instinctively, he knew it. But TV didn't turn on. Piano didn't play. He found a glass of ice-cold milk on the counter and carried them both to kitchen table, taking a seat and trying not to think. His unease didn't come from a sense of fear, but rather that something had happened the day before, and both he and House were walking on eggshells. The entire feeling made Gavin think of a housewife who discovers a secret about her husband, but doesn't tell him immediately, instead letting him give himself away slowly, one word at a time, waiting until he makes a mistake. He just wasn't sure which of them, he or House, was the one with a secret.
Chapter 16. Her. For the next few weeks, their relationship felt a little homeless. Gavin didn't want to take her back to his house, and she insisted her parents would never let the two of them set foot in the door together, so they wandered the streets of their small town, talking about favorite candies and horror novelists, about movies and giant trees. He would sometimes kiss her on these walks, small touches and the occasional sharp nibble, but Delilah was almost constantly thinking about how she could find a way to press the front of her body all along the front of his. It was a tight sort of desperation that came from liking him more with every new piece of himself he shared, and also needing to know that she stood a fighting chance if he ever had to choose between her and the house. She looked up and noticed they'd reached the place their walks always ended, her house. This was the point when, in their new routine of wandering, he would ask her a question, and she would answer, stretch for his last kiss of the day, and then walk inside to stare at the wall until she could clear her mind of him enough to focus on her homework. What his question would be each day had become a game. On the days she demanded kiss after kiss on every street corner, he would end their walk with something innocent. Do you prefer red or green grapes? But on days she was wrapped up in talking or thinking, he would invariably reel her in with something like, do you ever sleep bare, without a stitch of clothing on? When he'd asked this 2 weeks ago, his eyes had become so black and his voice so low that Delilah's skin caught fire and her soul slid from her body into his. She'd finally answered, no, but now I will. But one drizzly Thursday, when her house rose out of the street so abruptly, and Delilah was neither overly hungry for him nor quietly thoughtful, Gavin leaned down, licked her bottom lip before kissing it sweetly, and asked her where her parents were. She looked up, realizing the blue Chevy wasn't at the curb, and the gold Cadillac wasn't in the driveway, and said, I have no idea. It wasn't like the three of them had mastered the art of comfortable dinnertime discussion where future outings were shared. Her parents expected her to be home by sunset, do her homework, and wash the dishes after supper. She expected her parents to cook and then watch the nightly news or read worn copies of romance novels, so she didn't have a clue why both parents appeared to be gone, but nor did she waste another second. She grabbed Gavin's hand and pulled him inside. For some unknown reason, she wanted him inside her house this time. His fingers shook a little around hers as they walked through the living room, dining room, and kitchen. He seemed more afraid of accidentally touching anything than she had been when intentionally touching things in his house, which, to be honest, Delilah found a little funny. Nothing here would reach out and grab him, tickle him, or shudder beneath him. Nothing, that is, except Delilah herself. He looked down at his feet as they squeaked across the floor.
Why is there plastic on your carpet?
My mother doesn't like dirty feet in the house, so she put plastic down over the places people walk. Gavin didn't say anything else, but his grip tightened until they reached the stairs, and he climbed up behind her as she grew hyper-aware of the cloying scent, floral air freshener, cleaning chemicals, the plastic on the carpet. Her bedroom was essentially the same as every 10-year-old girl's room anywhere, Delilah thought. Why had her parents never updated it between her visits home? It seemed funny that they should ignore Delilah's growth as much as Gavin's house seemed to ignore his. She closed the door behind them, and his long dark form shadowed the entire room. It seemed like there was hardly space for them to move independently around each other. "You make my room look tiny," she said, stepping up behind him. His attention moved away from her tiny bed and seemed to linger on a collection of ceramic unicorns on a shelf on the wall. The room was cluttered with her little girl stuff, and she wondered if, for Gavin, it felt somehow both too dull in personality and too bright in color. Delilah thought of all the nights she'd stared at the ceiling lately, waiting for the thoughts of him to slip away so she could sleep. She'd spent so many nights in the dorms or at Nana's that even after being home for 3 months, she still felt like she was sleeping in someone else's house. She didn't realize she'd been staring at her bed until Gavin said,
"I don't think I'd be able to sleep here."
"Well, no. My father would kill you, for one, and we both wouldn't—"
"Not what I meant,"
he cut in, sounding embarrassed.
"I mean, it's just so different. At school or work, it's easy to handle being in flat, inanimate spaces. But this room feels like it should be alive, and it isn't."
"Most bedrooms aren't alive. Someday, when we're older and we have—"
"It's okay,"
he interrupted her, shaking his head quickly.
"It'll just take some getting used to when I'm over here."
Her brow furrowed, but she forced a small smile. The truth was, she knew it wouldn't be easy for Gavin to ever live anywhere else, but someday he would. Whether he or the house knew it. "You know I'll just drag you with me anyway," she said, grinning. "So you may as well get used to houses being both this purple and this boring."
"Delilah,"
he whispered harshly, stepping close enough for her to feel the vibration of his voice in his chest.
"You can't say things like that. I know it sounds crazy, but what if it can somehow hear you even here? I don't want it to have any reason to freak out on you again."
She studied him, hating how dark and anxious his eyes had become. "I think you're being paranoid." But deep down, she didn't. Not really. What she wanted was for him to agree with her, to tell her not to worry, that away from the house they would be safe. Gavin shrugged, but he also seemed unconvinced.
"Maybe."
Suddenly the room felt too small and colorful, as if they were standing in the heart of a wilting wildflower. She took his hand and led him back out of the house, needing air and not wanting to be home yet. "I want to walk some more with you." She wanted another question from him at the end of the walk. Something about kissing her, or leaving this town together, or what kind of house they'd agree on. Definitely not a question about her parents' whereabouts. They walked, without discussion, toward the enormous park in the middle of town with huge oak trees. She loved the idea of curling with him beneath one and reminding him that in places like these, they were completely alone. And when she stopped in front of a tree and looked up at him, his lips snared between sharp teeth, her entire world reduced to the very simple desire to kiss him. For hours. The groove formed by the enormous roots felt to Delilah a bit like sitting in the hull of a boat. She felt mildly subterranean when she lay down and tugged Gavin over her. He resisted, all arms and forever long torso trying to figure out how to position his body above hers.
"I'm worried I'll crush you,"
he said, Delilah spread her arms and shifted until she was comfortable on her back. I'm not. In fact, she half hoped he would.
I don't feel like we're alone here.
This time he whispered the words so she could barely hear him, and looked back over his shoulder as if expecting to see a table, chair, or strip of spying wallpaper slithering through the grass. Gavin, no one is here except us. We never get to be alone. Will you just come here and kiss me? Finally he gave in, shifting so he was over her, propped up on sharp elbows, the broad length of him making the space even darker and warmer. Gavin's kisses were never particularly gentle, all edge and growl, but Delilah could tell he liked this angle, face to face, where he didn't have to bend so far down or lift her from the ground. It was so new like this, and it felt wildly dangerous to be lying prone together in the middle of a public park on a school day. The rustle of the branches overhead grew louder, even though the sound of wind seemed to disappear, and Gavin jerked above her, looking up and around them at ground level. When his lips returned to hers, it was with a new kind of determination that she didn't quite understand. But he turned slightly desperate, and she found herself grateful for whatever seemed to have flipped a switch in him. The kisses grew deeper, touches firmer and braver, and soon he was rocking above her and she was moving up from below, chasing the same thing he was, wanting more and needing to stretch this moment into days. The sky seemed to have disappeared now too, and from behind her closed lids, it felt like midnight in this tiny cocoon. When she opened her eyes just to look at him, his were squeezed tightly shut, and the branches just behind him somehow seemed closer than before, making their spot perfectly secluded. Delilah closed her eyes again and smiled against Gavin's mouth, sliding her legs up along his sides. She felt his fingers tease down her arms to wrap around her wrists and trap them beside her hips. When he did this, her need for him became heavy and tangible. The bind by his fingers caused her to dissolve into something dizzy and incoherent and shapeless. How did he know she would want him to be like this, demanding and capable and hungry? But somehow, the hands that pinned her were also moving up her shirt and over the soft fabric of her bra. His mouth grew hungrier, wetter on hers, with teeth and sounds. He had grown wild, but a tickling awareness pricked across Delilah's skin as if she had touched a bare wire. "Gavin," she murmured against his lips, trying to pull back and understand how he could pin her wrists while simultaneously touching her chest.
"Touch me back."
He pushed his words and breath against her lips, and when their meaning took shape in Delilah's head, he didn't realize she was bound at her wrists and couldn't touch him. Daylight disappeared completely, and at once she had the sense of being surrounded. Delilah opened her eyes. The darkness wasn't from the sun disappearing behind the clouds or the simple cover of her eyelids over her eyes. It was the tree itself, bending to make a web around them of black, spindly branches that cut out the last beams of sunlight. Dark twigs curled possessively around Gavin's back, their edges slipping beneath the hem of his shirt, into the sleeves and around his shoulders, spiraling down his biceps. Even still, he kissed along her neck, nibbled gently on her ear.
"Delilah, please don't stop."
Delilah dug her feet into the soft earth and tried to push out from beneath him. Swallowing a scream, she felt the thick twist of branches around her skin, pinching her. When she started to struggle in earnest, they unwound from her wrists with a slow slither. Gavin sat up more slowly, impatiently brushing the branches out from under his shirt. They slipped away, slinking as if chastened. He knew, she thought with horror. All this time he knew the tree was moving, was crowding into his space and claiming him, and he didn't even care. "Why didn't you move?" she gasped, hearing the building hysteria in her voice. "How could you stand it?"
"It's not like I have a choice,"
he said, in a bleak and unfamiliar voice.
"This park, house, the school, it doesn't matter where we try to be alone together. House will always be there. It will always see me." That's what you meant about it possessing inanimate objects. Anytime you leave the house, it can come with you, or... Her breath caught, words tumbling out too fast. Or in roots or power lines. You really think the house is always watching? He didn't say anything, and Delilah looked away then,
unable to stomach the anger and defeat on his face. She knew it wasn't directed at her, but even so, the power of it felt despairing. He scrubbed his face with his hands, then straightened his shirt.
We'll just have to accept that we can't really be alone.
The thought depressed her. She loved her time with Gavin, just talking, but when she felt the way she did that day, she wanted more than just conversation. She wanted the weight of his hands on her sometimes, too. Why does the house hate me?
It doesn't hate you.
He sounded tired.
It thinks you're a threat.
You're not allowed to have a girlfriend? He looked up at her and swallowed a laugh, his face releasing the laconic grin once more.
I'm sure House isn't too familiar with a need for romance.
How can you go home? Isn't it creepy, the way it doesn't want you to leave lately? Gavin shrugged, looking down the trail for a beat before bending to help her up from where she sat.
How can you go home to your parents?
He deflected.
Isn't it depressing?
Delilah scowled. Not the same.
You're right. It's not. House holds me too close. Your parents barely hold you at all. They'd send you away again if they had the money, and you know it.
She fell silent, wounded by this truth, and Gavin shifted on his feet in front of her, his regret settling like a fog between them.
I didn't mean that, Lila,
he said. Delilah looked up, and his eyes seemed to darken. She loved what he'd just called her. No one had ever called her something so oddly intimate before. I know
this is hard, but I think everyone just needs time to get used to it. It's so new for all of us, including you,
he reminded her.
There are some things you can't say. You can't expect me to walk away someday from the only family I've ever known.
That seemed to be the end of it. They walked silently, hand in hand, and when they reached the corner that would take them to Delilah's house if they turned left, and Gavin's if they turned right, Delilah pulled him right. I'm walking you back, she said in answer to the skeptical rise of his brow. That's got to earn me some bonus points, right? Returning you home? He smiled down at her and kissed the top of her head, and they walked until they reached the sidewalk in front of the gate. Delilah moved in carefully when it creaked open, pretending like she couldn't feel the house vibrating just up the walkway. With a quick glance to her right, she made sure the vines were wrapped around the iron, staying right where they should be. And maybe she really couldn't feel the house vibrating, couldn't feel a chill slide up under her sweater and along her spine. Maybe it was all in her imagination because Gavin stopped and pulled her close in a way she wouldn't have done if her parents were standing right beside them.
Are you okay?
He asked, the tips of his fingers resting on the bare skin just below the hem of her sweater. Yes.
I like you a lot,
he said. She pushed up onto her toes, wanting to kiss him so thoroughly he'd have no question how much she liked him back, when the sound of scattering gravel and tires screeching pulled their attention to the driveway.
Delilah Blue!
Her father shouted. Franklin Blue's car came to a dusty stop halfway into Gavin's long, pebbled drive. Why did he have to drive down this particular street today of all days? Delilah's stomach twisted, watching how several tendrils of vines slid down from the fence and snaked toward the tires. Dad, she said, taking a step forward.
What on earth are you doing here? Get in the car.
I have to go, she told Gavin, reluctantly pulling her hand from his. His eyes were focused on the vines, too, brows drawn in confusion.
I'll see you tomorrow?
Tomorrow, she agreed, walking backward toward the car, eyes pleading. It had officially been the weirdest day of her life. Good night. Gavin looked up at her, expression unreadable.
Night, Lila.
Chapter 17. Him. Gavin was angry. It hummed in his veins, surging white-hot to power his lengthy strides as he walked away, back down the sidewalk and away from House. He was unable to go inside yet, feeling the anger bloom in his cheeks, leaving him flushed and too warm. He could still feel the gentle scrape of the branches where they gripped him at the park, hear the rustle of leaves, and see Delilah's terrified expression when she realized they weren't alone, when she realized they might never be alone. Rage rushed anew through his systems, and his fists clenched and unclenched at his sides. This single thought ricocheted in his head back and forth, louder and more unacceptable with every moment. How long could this go on? Until he finished high school? College? Forever? He figured he was being dramatic when he told Delilah they'd need to get used to it, but was he really? And why was he only thinking about this now? He was young, and the future had been so abstract, filled with unnumbered days and the vague idea of years that would stretch on and on and on, but would he live them all inside House? Would it ever let him leave? Gavin stumbled on an uneven piece of sidewalk and felt the bleakness of this idea wash over him. The walls would change, the rooms might shift or shrink or grow, but it would still be the same. He would be the same. He might get older, but he would never grow in that house. He would never learn anything different, or know love, or lust, or hate. No, he would know hate. Years from now, he would know hate and resentment because he could taste the bitterness of them swelling up inside him already. It felt like a cancer, this need to yell and shout and be angry. House had to stop. It had to stop trying to control his time and his life because as much as he loved it, would always love it, it would have to let him go. Not now, but one day. Soon. He turned around, walking the long block back home, as if sensing his mood gate threw itself open, the hinges protesting loudly in the still afternoon. Vines didn't reach out to greet him this time. No tendrils wrapped themselves around his arms. Nothing breezed gently over the ends of his hair. Instead, everything in the yard curled back in on themselves, the leaves trembling as if the wind had rushed in after him. His footsteps thundered up the walkway, his eyes trained on the open front door. Gavin wondered if the entire house was waiting, on edge, for him to storm inside. It had to know what his reaction would be, that he'd be furious. If anyone else had stumbled on them, he and Delilah would have looked like any other pair of teenagers making out in a park. But what House had done was crazy. Trees didn't wrap themselves around people. Branches didn't twist into a person's clothes like the hands of some jealous girlfriend. Someone could have walked by and seen the branches up his shirt, forming a gloomy cave over them, and then what? How would that look? Someone would have found out. Things had been fine with House when he'd left this morning. Quiet, just like they had been for the last few days. And now that he thought about it, maybe things had been too quiet. Like it had been waiting, plotting until he'd left to meet Delilah. In a rush, he took the steps two at a time, harder than he'd usually walk anywhere in House. Even when angry, he never stomped. It felt disrespectful. He never slammed drawers or dragged chairs across the floor, always careful of his feet or his voice. But right then, he didn't care. He wanted to be mad. It felt good to be mad. He was going to scream and yell and put a stop to this insanity before something really bad happened. He was suddenly worried that House could hear him in the music room or anywhere and may have been punishing him for more than just having a girlfriend. He knew it was impossible, but his paranoid brain seemed intent on replaying every conversation and thought he'd had over the last few weeks. He stepped into the foyer and listened. It was his turn to wait now. Gavin kept his gaze on the floor, on the same rug that had covered the entryway for as long as he could remember. He'd raced matchbox cars here, read countless books, and built Lego skyscrapers so tall he'd needed a chair to stand on. The soft beige and blue pile was normally a comfort, the pattern so familiar he could sketch it by memory. But it felt like a stranger in this moment. Everything did. Gavin could still remember every one of those times he played by himself while House looked on. He never asked about the voices he could hear outside, the sound of laughter coming from kids who were probably his age. Sometimes he would see them through a window as they rode their bikes past front gate, or find a ball that had rolled from a neighboring house and stopped at the curb. Once he had seen a group of kids in a yard on his walk home. Over dinner they talked about what they were doing, how they were playing, and the next day after school, a trampoline had appeared in the backyard, already assembled and standing in the dewy grass. He stepped outside, blinking into the slanting light, positive he must be imagining it. Was it his birthday? A holiday he'd forgotten? He didn't think so. Screen door had given him a little push, nudging him down the steps and out into the yard, and Gavin realized the trampoline was for him. A gift. House had given him a present for no other reason than it wanted to see him happy. Gavin had jumped all day. He taught himself to do back flips and front flips, turning only at the sound of laughter and applause from the other side of the fence. A group of kids from school were watching him, visible only on the highest point of each bounce. Gavin had smiled at them and waved, making it into a game each time their heads appeared and reappeared as he jumped. They played along from the street, even calling his name at one point and asking if they could come play. Gavin didn't know what to tell them. Would House mind if friends came over? Nobody had ever asked before, and so Gavin wasn't even sure if that was allowed. He'd jumped down to the grass, stumbling as he regained his footing, and raced up the stairs and inside. But House had dinner waiting for him, and had closed and locked back door, pulling down the shades until his new trampoline was hidden from view. It was gone the next morning. Gavin had never asked about it, in the same way he'd never really questioned anything House did. When a book he'd been reading disappeared, Gavin would look for it, only to have another push itself from the shelves of bookcase. When TV wouldn't turn on, he figured there had to be a good reason. He'd always assumed House did what was best for him. But this was different. He was almost 18. He was allowed to have a girlfriend and date and even bring a girl home if he wanted. Gavin and Delilah had been making out in a park, not committing a felony. He'd always done what he was supposed to. He'd gotten good grades and stayed out of trouble, so why was House acting like this now? Now that he'd managed to find someone who didn't look at him like the weirdo he was, someone who accepted House. Didn't it see that? And didn't it see how much he needed someone who was like him too? This thought finally pushed his anger from the pit of his stomach out into the room. "Why are you doing this?" he shouted, his voice echoing all the way up the stairs. "You scared her." Silence rang around him. Only the sounds coming in from the street behind him pierced the eerie quiet. Gavin took another step forward, hesitating over whether or not he wanted to close front door. He didn't. "Delilah's nice. She's good," he insisted, trying to smooth a layer of calm into his voice that he didn't feel. "I like her. She's my girlfriend, and you're going to have to figure out a way to be okay with it. With her." Nothing. Anger melted away, and a trickle of fear slipped along Gavin's spine, a cold sweat that made him feel both too warm and too cool at once. A breeze wandered up the porch and inside, and he shivered. Gavin had always lived here by himself, and other than television or radio, Delilah's had been the only other voice he could clearly remember hearing inside these walls. But he'd never actually been alone. House didn't speak with words, but he knew what it was saying as if it did. Right now it wasn't saying anything. It was the go-to punishment from House, being closed off and silent. And Gavin felt a twinge of long-buried panic. What if he truly was alone? After all these years, what if he'd been abandoned? Again? Fireplace was filled with nothing more than glowing embers. Piano remained quiet and still. Lamp stayed dark even as the sun began to burn itself out, slipping lower and lower in the sky. The image of a skull flittered through Gavin's thoughts, hollowed out and lifeless. "Don't go," he felt himself think, the words filling him with a sadness he didn't quite know how to handle. House knew this was his panic button. When he'd done something he shouldn't as a child, tiny things like not wanting to go to bed or leaving his toys scattered on the floor, the air would cool, the rooms growing as quiet as a grave. And now, at 17 years old, it had the same effect as it had had when he was 7. House knew how to play him. It knew how to get its way. "It doesn't mean I don't love you," he hedged, and sensed an almost imperceptible flicker to his right in the burning coals. Relief flickered inside his ribs, too. Until recently, he'd never really argued with House, and Gavin wondered if this was what it meant to fight with your brother or sister, to argue with your parents. Can't I love you both? He didn't have time to examine this realization, the possibility that he could love Delilah. because piano lurched with a huge clang as if an anvil had been dropped from above, and the boom of every string snapped at once so loud he felt it reverberate through his chest. "Don't be like that," he started to say when his sketchbook flipped open on the coffee table. Gavin took a deep breath before walking over. The book lay open to a drawing of Gavin smiling on a summer day, with House just behind him. He'd copied it from the photo that hung in the hallway and was still proud that he'd managed to duplicate it almost exactly, right down to the ice cream cone and drips of melting vanilla running down the back of his hand. Silently, the sketchbook flipped to another page, one of apple tree in the backyard, his favorite swing suspended from the sturdy branches. Then another and another, all drawings of House and the many parts of it he loved. "Me," it was saying. "Pick me." Fireplace roared to life in the corner, warming the room as the flames grew and receded. Gavin could imagine the black smoke that was billowing from chimney, the puffs like heaving, impatient breaths. "I know it's hard, but I want Delilah in my life too. I don't want you to run her off. I'd be sad without her." A chair pushed up behind him, buckling him at the knees. He dropped into the seat too quickly, and it teetered on two legs. "Sorry," he started to say before he was flung backward, chair taking off across the room and stopping in living room. An old aluminum TV stand stood between couch and television, its worn brass finish rubbed down over time to a dull, coppery glow. But that wasn't what had his attention, because on top of the stand was a plate of food. His stomach growled, almost on instinct. A tiny voice inside his head told him to slow down and think. Why was there a steaming plate of his favorite dinner, roast chicken, mashed potatoes and gravy, and hot rolls? He hadn't known he was hungry until just now, but his mouth watered as the scent of chicken floated up to him. "Pick us. See? Look what we can do for you." Gavin didn't want to eat on principle, but the scent of roasted chicken was everywhere. His attention was pulled away anyway to the television screen when it suddenly flickered to life. The neighborhood on TV looked surprisingly familiar. Tall oak trees lined the empty street as a pair of bluebirds flew past. Off in the distance, the top of an old church he recognized was visible, a statue perched on the tower looking down on the houses below. It was Gavin's street, and as the camera panned over, it was House, standing tall and crooked and made of glass and stone and warm, worn wood, gleaming in the afternoon sun. The screen zoomed in through the gate and up the walk to a boy sitting cross-legged in the grass, an entire army of toy trucks surrounding him. It was a drawing from Gavin's sketchbook brought to life, of Gavin playing while House looked on, tree branches pulled in close, protecting him from the heat of the day. House had gathered a hose, vines, and branches, and the long, thin leaves of a tulip to push his trucks through the grass and up the little dirt paths he had made for them. Not once had it occurred to him that his world was different or less somehow because it was House playing with him instead of one of the boys that lived in a house a few blocks down. Gavin had just felt adored. It had always been only them, so it wasn't surprising House was having a hard time dealing with the changes happening now. As if it sensed his softening mood, the lights dimmed to a warm, cozy glow. The edges of a blanket brushed the curve of his cheek and wrapped itself around him in the closest thing to a hug it could offer. Gavin took the first bite of his dinner and hummed in appreciation. It was perfect. "Thank you," he said, tearing off a chunk of roll and running it through a warm pool of gravy. "It's delicious. I didn't realize I was so hungry. Thanks for thinking of me." Lamp flickered in acknowledgement before brightening again. Gavin let the feeling of contentment and hope wash over him. No one gets to pick the family they're given, and as far as families go, and despite what Delilah thought, he actually considered himself pretty lucky. House might be nosy and overprotective, but it was his, and he loved it. You don't divorce your parents because they love you too much. You don't get a new brother or sister because you don't like the ones you have. Somehow, he would make it work. House just needed to see how wonderful Delilah was, that was all. His love was big enough to share. He'd just have to figure out a way to show them both.
Chapter 18. Her. Delilah fought sleep that night. Exhaustion weighed down the edges of her mind, making her thoughts syrupy and dense. But until her phone buzzed beneath her pillow to let her know Gavin was safe at home, she didn't want to close her eyes. Instead, she climbed back out of bed at 1 a.m. and went to sit at her desk. Perched on the never-used surface was a shiny silver frame displaying a picture of Delilah with her parents, taken the summer before. It had been her shortest visit back from Massachusetts yet, but even though she'd been home for only a week, her father hadn't even taken a day off work to spend time with her. The picture was taken on a weekend at a nearby park, where Delilah's mother had tried to put together a cheerful picnic of sandwiches and apples. Much of the picnic was decimated by ants, and her father left after only an hour, claiming he was needed at the office. She pulled the photograph from the frame, staring at her father's doughy face. In the way that words start to feel misspelled when one stares at them for too long, his face started to look unfamiliar the longer she looked at him. Pulling a black marker from her bag, she began drawing thick brows over his pale ones, a black, angry frown over his indifferent mouth. In only a few minutes, her father had become a glowering gargoyle. Delilah left her mother's plain, constantly surprised expression alone, but drew blue lips over her own mouth, twisted black horns on her head, and crooked orange butterfly lashes over her eyes, and reaching almost to her hairline as she thought back on the strange visit home. "Don't they want to see more of me?" she'd asked Nana when she'd returned to the silent stillness of a boarding school town in the middle of summer. "Do you want to see more of them?" Nana had asked in reply. It was one of her more fluent moments, when her eyes cleared and she knew everything she'd always known, wasn't lost to a vague panic or searching for something she'd misplaced. Delilah had grown quiet and unsure. She didn't know that she wanted more time with her parents, only that she'd hoped to feel more wanted whenever she was home. "Baby, if I've learned one thing in the past 16 years, it's this. When it comes to your parents, we both need to lower our expectations. Don't poke at anything you don't want to face." Nana had left the room then, returning a few minutes later with a kiss to the top of Delilah's head and a giant platter of cookies in her arms. 2 weeks later, Nana didn't even remember that conversation. If the Nana of last summer knew that Delilah would be brought home just after Christmas that year, that she would be back living with her parents and finishing out high school in her hometown, she would have raised hell. Unfortunately, Nana didn't remember Delilah now either. Looking back, she was pretty sure she shouldn't have returned to Nana's house at all that summer. Her forgetfulness and moments of blankness had been worsening at an alarming rate, and though her parents might not have put too much thought or effort into what she did on a daily basis, she was fairly certain they wouldn't have allowed her to return that summer had they known the extent of Nana's illness. But Delilah had loved Nana, and would have jumped at anyone like a wildcat had they tried to separate them even a day before it was absolutely necessary. The moments when Nana hadn't remembered herself were terrifying, yes, but she had always been Delilah's favorite person in the world, the one person who made her feel truly loved. Maybe that was exactly how Gavin felt. Back in her own room, no longer near Nana or the quiet boarding school town or anything familiar, Delilah dropped the pen and closed her eyes. Was she doing it again? Poking something that was now, unfortunately, facing her? Could she behave herself better and make nice with the house? Away from it, she just wanted it to like her, wanted it to let her have as much of Gavin as she wanted to have. But when she was there, it was almost like she couldn't help pushing. She couldn't help finding out what the reality of Gavin's life was, what it would someday be, and why the house couldn't set him free even a little. Unfortunately, the idea of scary things turned out to be so much better than the reality. The prospect of a living house, the potential it had for darkness and eerie moments had seemed perfectly adventuresome. But now her skin rose in goose flesh, and she felt like she was being watched by her own eyes in the photograph, by the windows and walls and carpeting. Did she just imagine a slight rumbling of the chair beneath her? Was she imagining the way the walls seemed to hum slightly now, trapping her inside? If she tried to escape and run downstairs, would her own house let her go? Delilah shot up from the chair, consumed by a sudden fluttering panic, and tore down the hall, down the stairs, and burst panting into the oddly bright kitchen. She pulled up short at the sight of her father seated at the kitchen table, his left hand wrapped around the neck of a bottle of amber liquid.
"Delilah?"
His voice came out thick, as if a balloon were lodged in his windpipe. Her chest rose and fell as she struggled to catch her breath and take in the image in front of her. Franklin Blue, sitting drunk at his kitchen table in the middle of the night. The house faded into gray in her periphery. The idea that it was alive completely forgotten. She'd never seen her father anything but buttoned up and stern, but here he sat looking like he was almost melting into his chair.
"What are you doing up at this hour?"
he asked, his voice bending the word hour into something that sounded more like "R." It took Delilah several beats before she translated in her head. He looked strange, not quite himself, a little dazed. "I couldn't sleep," Delilah said, leaning against the counter behind her. "Then I got scared." He laughed, staring at the table.
"I know what you mean,"
he said, nodding before taking a long pull directly from the bottle. She could hear him swallow, stared at him as he winced a little. Even at a distance, the fumes from the alcohol burned at the surface of her eyes. "Are you okay, Dad?"
"Sure."
"I didn't know you drank."
"I don't usually."
He pushed the bottle away from himself and rubbed his eyes.
"I guess that explains why I'm sitting at the table drunk after 2 swigs. Have the worst headache."
Delilah thought about this as she eyed the bottle, tempted to point out that more than half the liquid was gone. It didn't seem like it was only 2 swigs that he'd taken. In fact, he'd been off since he'd picked her up in Gavin's driveway. He'd barely said a word to her and instead had kept prodding at his head, finally asking her to check the glove box for a bottle of aspirin.
"You seeing that boy?"
He was staring at her now, and even with her eyes averted, she could feel it. She'd never spoken to her father about boys or even girls. He'd definitely never seen her kiss one. He had always stayed safely in the father zone, discussing what was for dinner or whether she wanted to rethink wearing such a short skirt. Delilah ran her fingernail along the gap between the aluminum and formica of the kitchen table. "Gavin?"
"You think I know his name? The tall, skinny kid who looks like he climbed out of bed in the middle of the day. The old hippie lady's son."
Delilah froze. She could have sworn something rustled outside. "You know his mom?" Franklin Blue snorted, shaking his head with contempt.
"Hell no, I don't know her. Nobody really does."
She closed her eyes, took a deep breath. Her father was drunk, she reasoned. He didn't even know Gavin's name. How could he know anything meaningful about him? His name is Gavin, and yes, I'm seeing him.
"You keeping yourself pure?"
She looked up at him then, surprised at the sharpness of his tone. Her parents were strict and pious, but they'd rarely been as sanctimonious as he'd been with just those few drawled words. Her father's eyes were glassy and unfocused as he stared, unblinking, at the chair across from him. She followed his gaze and then looked around the room. All around her the walls seemed to pulse, first quietly, and then as if the sound were penetrating her head. "That depends on whether I'm still pure if I kiss him," she said finally.
"Set me as a seal upon your heart, as a seal upon your arm, for love is strong as death, jealousy is fierce as the grave," he quoted, words slurring together slightly. He didn't sound quite right, and Delilah wasn't sure if it was the alcohol, the fact that he was quoting scripture as if reading from a script, or something else entirely. The wind outside dragged a branch across the kitchen window. "Okay then, Dad. I think I'll head back upstairs." Delilah watched him warily before she pushed away from the counter and walked back toward the door of the living room, and just beyond it, the stairs to the relative sanctuary of her room. To her right, a desk drawer rattled in its track, making her jump, and a gust of wind blew through the living room as if hitting her right in the face. A window had burst open across the room, letting in the frigid night air. "Do not suppose that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I did not come to bring peace, but a sword."
Her father's voice rang hollow from the kitchen, but when she turned to look at him, he was asleep with his head lying in his crossed arms on the table. Upstairs, she pulled her phone out from under her pillow and finally gave in to texting Gavin again. "I need to talk to you." After 10 minutes with no reply from him, she felt like her room was contracting in small pulses, breathing in and out. Strangely, Unless it was directing its anger at her, she had never minded the idea that Gavin's house was alive. But the thought that such a thing could spread, that the house that hated her could also somehow take over her own home, was terrifying. This is not okay, she thought. Even if it was a nice house, a house that is alive is not okay. This isn't the same as Nana's dementia. She closed her eyes hard, squeezing them so tight she saw prisms of light. How was she seeing this only now? She'd wanted so much for the world to be wild and scary and unknown, but this kind of wild and scary and unknown was not okay. She texted Gavin, "Are you awake?" Her phone vibrated in her hand a moment later.
I am now because my phone buzzed right near my head.
Sorry.
It's fine. What's up?
Delilah stared at her phone and then just dialed him, needing to hear a human voice that was familiar and didn't sound drunk or slightly possessed. Gavin picked up after barely a full ring.
Princess Delilah, it's sleepy time.
I'm sorry, I'm having a really weird night. She heard him rustle on the other end as if sitting up in bed, and his groggy voice answered,
Okay, tell me everything.
Gavin, have you ever noticed anything weird in this town? There was a moment of silence in which she could practically feel Gavin's blank stare.
Are you serious right now? Everything's weird about Morton. It's like walking into the town in Edward Scissorhands.
Okay, I mean things that feel like a haunting but aren't.
Someone needs to take your Netflix away.
This isn't from the movie. This is from real life. I worry that things in this town are possessed.
I should record this conversation and play it for you tomorrow. You'll be mortified,
he said.
Morton is weird, yes, but it's like too many people who are too much alike and who never speak to anyone from outside this town and never go anywhere ever.
I'm serious, she said, feeling her throat tightening in the unfamiliar rising of tears. It was too much to take in. The tree in the park, and worse, the way Gavin seemed completely unsurprised. And now her father's strange behavior downstairs, like something was speaking for him. She felt like the house was infecting everything and everyone around her. I'm really freaking out. The line rang with silence for several beats before he said,
Come over.
Delilah hopped over cracks in the sidewalk and skirted every line in the pavement. The shadows of streetlights bent and arched over the path ahead, and she could feel their posts twisting behind her, their lamps turning to watch her like heads on long, curved necks. She was imagining it. She had to be. She was just spooked, but it was all she could do to not cry out and scream Gavin's name the 4 blocks to his house from hers. The dim shade from trees and houses, cars and mailboxes seemed to cling to her own slight shadow until it was enormous in her peripheral vision, looming down the sidewalk beside her. She felt like she was dragging a black hole down the street. Daytime sounds were absent, and in their place was only the odd buzzing of electrical wires, the occasional barking of a dog that seemed to grow farther and farther away, as if civilization were slowly ebbing away from her. Finally, Delilah gave in to her instinct to run and sprinted the remaining 2 blocks to Gavin's house, feet slapping the pavement, arms pumping, and her heart pounding, a tight wail trapped high in her throat. She hurled herself up the 3 steps to his porch, throwing politeness into the wind and banging as hard as she could on the door, looking behind her over her shoulder. She swore the branches of every tree leaned toward her. The sidewalk seemed to ripple in her wake. But it wasn't Gavin who answered the door. It was his mother, Vani, in a deep green robe and holding the door open wide. Slow down, she whispered, pulling Delilah inside and shutting the door behind her with a quiet click. She reached down to press her warm palms against Delilah's cheeks. Slow down, Janu. You look frazzled. I am, Delilah said, gulping in a huge breath of air and glancing shakily over at Gavin as he appeared at the bottom of the stairs. But Vani shook her head. That isn't the right word. I mean, sizzled, she whispered, looking at every inch of Delilah's face. Like you've been burned with electricity. You're scorched from the inside out. What do you mean? Vani closed her eyes, inhaled meditatively. Instead of answering, she said, Let me make you some tea. Then they never did get much information out of Thavel's mother, who seemed more intent on calming Delilah down than talking about what had brought her there in the first place. While the tea kettle whistled behind her, she told Delilah to breathe, told her everything was okay, and then sent them upstairs to Thavel's room with a pot of tea and instructions to stay quiet, hinting to Delilah maybe she did know her son was gay after all, or maybe she just knew from the look on Delilah's face that the last thing on her mind right now was mischief of the sexual variety. She never once seemed surprised to find Delilah standing on her front porch at 2 a.m, panicked. Thavel closed the door behind them and walked to his bed, sitting down cross-legged.
Do your parents know you're here?
She shook her head.
Your dad will kill you.
Shrugging, Delilah said, I'm pretty sure Dad will still be asleep when I get home. He was hammered tonight. Her best friend cocked his head.
You don't mean drunk.
I do.
Is that what has you freaked out?
She blinked away and studied the framed drawing of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva on his wall. No, not exactly. Well, sort of. He waited for 10 seconds, for 20. Finally, Thavel, never a patient person, exhaled loudly. You realize I'm not going to be able to go back to sleep tonight, and I have a calculus test in the morning? I'm sorry.
That isn't my point. Either tell me why you're here, or just go to sleep and let me study.
Delilah closed her eyes and took a breath so deep she felt like if her lungs were balloons, she might lift from the bed. She blew out the breath and looked at Thavel. The patchwork house is just about as weird and different as we always thought. His dark eyes went wide.
Is that what you meant by haunted earlier on the phone?
I don't know, okay? I need you to listen. She enunciated each word with exaggerated patience. Maybe help me figure out what the hell is going on.
You think because I'm brown I know about magic or voodoo?
He asked, shaking his head.
The only magic I know is the joy of watching Channing Tatum and Magic Mike.
Thavel.
Delilah. That place is weird. Why are you even going there?
He leaned back and looked at her from head to foot.
Oh, I see. Delilah Blue is getting some action over at the Haunted Mansion.
Shaking her head quickly and glancing out his window, Delilah whispered, Can you focus, please? She leaned forward, gestured for Thavel to do the same, and then very quietly whispered everything into his ear. That everything in the house, from the wallpaper to the silverware, was alive, that she'd asked what happens when Gavin leaves someday and how the house reacted, and that she feels the house following her everywhere. Thavel pulled back and looked directly into her eyes. She could tell before he said a word that not only did he not believe her, but he thought she might be crazy. It made her think of Gavin and all the years that it was easier to live alone than to try to introduce someone into his world. Don't, she said, her voice raspy, 1,000 prickly pinpoints.
It just sounds insane, okay? I mean, Gavin is weird, and let's be honest here. You're also a little weird.
She nodded. I know.
You haven't told anyone else this, have you? About the house? I mean, the way you talk about it makes it sound like he lives there alone or something. His parents wouldn't just let him live in a haunted house.
Delilah paused. Didn't everyone assume he lived there alone? Had anyone ever seen parents? She opened her mouth to confirm, but something stopped her. Some tickling instinct, some agreement internally that this could go bad for Gavin if people found out that he was a minor living without another human for more than a decade. I haven't told anyone else, and of course he isn't alone. It wasn't a complete lie.
So, just saying, you have this amazing imagination and draw all of these really creepy things and watch way too many movies and maybe, I don't know.
He looked past her, out the window.
Maybe it's 2:30 in the morning and you should just sleep in my bed while I study.
With a tight nod, Delilah curled onto her side at the foot of his bed, pulling the comforter over her legs. Thavel sat quietly near her for a minute before standing and walking over to his desk. Would she ever be able to sleep again? Wouldn't she feel the need to be vigilant all the time, like anything in her room could come to life? But with the sound of Thavel's pencil scratching across paper and her own even breaths in the otherwise quiet room, Delilah slowly let herself fall asleep. The room was black. Pitch black. Without opening her eyes, Delilah knew Thavel wasn't at the desk, but had fallen asleep on the floor. He held her hand while she slept, and she smiled, squeezing it a little in thanks. Fingers cracked together in her grip. Fear spiked in her chest. Ice filled her lungs. The hand was cold and hard, as if made of bones wrapped in the thinnest layer of brittle, dry skin. Delilah jerked her hand away, scooting back on the bed just as she heard Thavel shoot up in the chair across the room and turn on his desk lamp.
"What?"
he asked, eyes red with sleep and wide with alarm.
"What happened?"
Delilah wiped her hand on the blanket, covering her mouth with her other one. A tight sob broke out. She knew she'd been holding a hand when she woke up. She knew it. She started choking. There was something in my hand. A hand. Fingers. Something. She was shaking so violently she could feel her breath fanning wildly across her palm.
"It was this, Dee. It was just your shirt."
She blinked from a sleepy Thavel to the steel-gray sweater he held in his grasp. It was hers, the very same one she'd worn at Gavin's earlier that day. She could still feel the stiff fingers between hers, hear the soft, audible cracking of the brittle bones. The house had climbed into her sweater